They did. And then stream's back up and running then. ESBT Masters round robin scenario right here, right now. I mean, it wouldn't be riding the ditch if we didn't have technical problems, let's be honest. I mean, we've had a tripod break as well, but we've still got all three cameras up and running through the magic of duct tape. It was 6 frames into the first game, so I do apologise at the fact that we've had technical issues, but it is what it is. It happens. We move on. You see one of the top 4 introductions then, with a nice spare there, 4 more. Sparing that 4 that he left. See Craig Barrett there, leaving the 2-6. Pete Stevenson, another introduction then there. Sparing up his single pin after an open in the 5th frame. And another new introduction then, Leon. Again missing the single pin, so it's an open for him. In the 6th. Missed another single pin on the 5th frame, so that's 2 on the bounce for him. 2 opens. Yeah, back up.
No, not got it, so.
All right.
Sorry. All right.
See then Leon bouncing back from his open, getting a strike there on lane 7. Yeah, you take over commentary. Just talk. Oh, Colin Gross too shy to come on commentary with me. Technical problems. Well, Dan said he was going to come on, and then he's gone in hiding. It's as if he doesn't want me to talk about his performance. Hey up. He might be coming over. We'll go over then to the lane that's got Austin on it. Bowled very well this morning, did Austin Taylor. Hey up. Dan's coming over now, right?
How can I help?
Dan. I suppose it's a bad day at the office for you then, mate.
It's not terrible. It's awful. I just had no look. I tapped a lot. Just can't do much next to the event. But the guys bowling well, you know. You either had a 240 look or a 160 look in this, and if you can manage 180, 200, then you're looking fine. It's good. It's really good. And it's like if you see Stevie's slow and he's throwing it really well. Where if you're a little quicker, you miss the spot, it's gone away from you. But so is.
Yeah, I mean, word on the pattern then. Give us your perspective on the pattern then from all obviously all the tour stops and that. I mean, pattern doesn't look the easiest of ones, like you said there. I mean, you got to be on it pretty much.
Well, I think the pattern is very different. You know, like you got speed bump. So normally we had one event where I had a speed bump, but that was like down lane. So with the down lane, it was a lot easier to maintain. Where here it's just like you get your ball to hook, but then the ball won't go again, and it's just things like that. You need to try and manage, and it's hard, especially at this centre as well, where it doesn't leave you a lot of room to carry. So you just need a lot of energy in the ball, and the ball just dies of energy because there's not enough. There's too many speed bumps, so your ball doesn't hook.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, we've got Austin on camera in a second. He'll pop into view after Mark's bowled. Top of the shot in this morning's session. I mean, I know you know him pretty well through bowling, you know, Team England wise and stuff in youth tournaments and that. Just give us a quick word on him, I suppose.
Austin's match play, he's always been good. Qualifying, yeah, he's really good with it, and he does a lot of things that a lot of people don't. Like he stayed a lot left from everyone, and like even here, like he's a lot more in now this round robin than he was in qualifying. There was a lot more left and up 5, and he said he surfaced his urethanes, put 360 on it, I believe, and he just kept it he just kept it going harder and harder with it, and just trusting that his ball will do the thing. And to be fair with him, it did. The only person who got close with him was Stevie, I believe, and well, Stevie's doing a completely different thing to anyone else, and he's keeping slow, and he's trying to throw a weaker ball. He's throwing a tundra, so it looks really good.
Ooh. Sorry, mate. Go on, carry on if you want.
Austin's just got to keep out of trouble like he is. That shot wasn't obviously keeping out of trouble, but it's decent. I think he's close to winning the game. He's obviously himself a well-known winner. He's won an EBT too. Stevie's doing well. Brandon's now getting something. It's 12 games round robin, isn't it? So it's 12 games, I believe. 11 games, I don't know. 6.
1, 2. I don't know if they're bowling 2 on every pair. Yeah, here's the man that'll tell us the format now. Come on, Lee. Give us the breakdown of what the format's going to be in this round robin.
It's a round robin, so they're playing 12-man, plays one single game round robin against everyone else. 30 pins for a win, 10 pins for a draw, if they do draw, 0 for a loss, obviously. And after the 11 games they're playing, the top 3 will be heading on forward to a 1-game stepladder final. So throughout the event, we've had a score builder. We've had, with the first 5 games, we've had the round robin and a stepladder. So it's 3 formats in one almost, as well with the senior finals and the ladies finals, which is another little bonus. Apart from that, fairly straightforward and simple. Any more questions?
Who's your money on? I'll put you on the spot.
Boris Johnson. Or Rishi Sunak. Bring back Bojo. I'm a conservative.
We can tell.
I'd say it's difficult. You've got the most experienced player in the field is Paul Moore, from round robins to 18 European titles, PBA title, world title.
You've got Stevie.
You've got Brandon Roberts, who Paul Crippen is pointing to, going, he's my man. You've got Rolf Felby, who's won a couple of major events in the EBTs, but just has failed to come short recently on a few little heads-to-heads. Local boy Mark Patrick lives in this bowling centre. Leon Devlin. No one can do what he does with a bowling ball. He's got some funny voodoo roll.
The thing is, though, with
Austin's left-handed. You just can't.
The thing is with Brandon, though, is when it's match play, even if he's behind, he doesn't care. Like, I played him at English Open, and when you have someone who's going 260, 220 against you, he doesn't care if he shot 260, 160. He's so calm. He doesn't even if he's 30 behind. I was up on 30 going into the 5th frame, and then he just strings. It's nothing you can do. It's just he switches on.
In round robins and head-to-head, you get players who play players instead of playing the game itself. So if you shoot at 250 and that's all you've got, it's 250. If it wins or not, if it doesn't, it does, it's good. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You get some other players that come along and will just try. If someone gets an 8, they try to get a 9. They don't play their own game, they play the other person. If you just play your own game and whatever happens, keep an eye on it. It's different. It's when experience comes in, as well as money. Everyone's worrying about the money. No one wants to go home with 12th place.
It's if they can turn the eating on or not going higher, innit?
I do think
a bit more coal in the fire if you live in the north.
The one person I think I know he didn't look amazing the first couple of games in the qualifying, but I think Callum could look decent. Simons. I think I don't know. He does something with the ball that it looks a lot better. Like now, and I think as the games go on and the lanes start opening up, it'll look a lot cleaner, a lot better. And he just has to wait. But people like Brandon, this is the issue. People like Brandon and that who have a really good look already, like they have really good looks straight from fresh, and it's worrying because they like in qualifying with Stevie. I tried to go closer to him because he looked really good. I couldn't get close. It was doing something with the ball that obviously he's slower. He's slow. He's old. He's older. Yeah, it's exactly all these bowlers. Like you got Paul Moore, you got Stevie. When that game will be unreal. Paul Moore, Stevie. That'll be a great game.
3-4-time EVT champion Hadley Morgan as well.
You got Hadley.
You just cannot call it.
And he won 2 stops as well. Did Hadley?
2 tour stops this season. One here.
One here and
one somewhere else.
One here as well.
Yeah.
Both here?
Multiple UK teams.
It wouldn't surprise me if there was both here, seeing as though we're going back to 2020.
Oh no, 2020 I won though.
Yeah, I know you did.
He won this one.
So I think he won.
1687 you had. It was a quite low scoring one.
Yeah, it was.
God knows how you got that.
Mate, urethane down the edge, no one got close.
Oh,
it's true. It's true. It's the only reason why I won is Chatter's done bowl, so.
That's right. Can't multitask. I'm not allowed to say I'm a man because it'll offend some people. I can say.
Someone's already mentioned it?
I have a penis. That's all I can identify as.
See you later. I'm going
Mike Sykes.
It's dark and
Yeah.
Do you know what, Mike? Before you make a move, come on, a little
runner-up.
A little say on your performance. Then, you know, you scraped through in the qualifying. That 171 was enough in the final game to beat Colin Gross when you was 4 pins behind him going into that, and then obviously in the final you just come up short against Gary, and I mean it was pretty close. Just a thought on your performance.
it could have been a lot better than what I actually played, but it is what it is. We didn't particularly like that pair of lanes. We both bowled on them before and didn't bowl very well, so it was just it was what it was.
What lane did you bowl?
5 and 6.
Oh, 5 and 6, I hated it. I had a 140 that set. The thing was, back at English Open, 5 and 6, I had a 750 for 3. I come to this, and it seems like the right side centre looks unreal. Further you go down, the worse it got. It's just the worst it got. It was just taps. I think there was one game, and that was Steve, who had 210. Every other person had 150, 160, 170 on that.
It was good though. It was really good at coming back. Everybody knows that I enjoy coming back here.
My man.
It was like I said, it was a close matchup as well. We'll try and give the viewers then a bit of a breakdown of who's won, but I mean it's A and B, so it's pretty hard. I mean, I'm guessing it was Brandon that had the 257 against Mark with the 157.
Yeah, and I believe Leon had 140. 190 Pete.
Pete beat Paul by 3 pins.
Yep.
190 plays 187. Then on this pair, who did we have on this pair?
That was
Leon and
Craig
Barrett.
It was low, it wasn't a high score.
155 plays 145. Wow. Who won that one? It's A and B in it, so.
Craig Barrett.
Leon.
No, I think Craig. I think so.
Right, I'll see you guys later. I'll be back
Right.
here for the.
Congratulations on finishing second.
Are you playing England national, adult nationals.
Adult nationals. I might do the adult nationals, yeah. And the
We've gone on to second game, so I'll get the scores off Lee. Or Jamie. Jamie's collecting the scores actually.
I'll see you later.
Yeah, scores are getting inputted. Oh, all the cameras are going off. While we're having. Do you want to take over commentary while I sort my cameras out?
Not really.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Just say what's happening. It's not hard.
It's a technical issue.
You talk enough as it is anyway.
Oh, mate, is it on?
Yeah, it's on.
How do you mute?
No. Get talking.
So, who do you think you're going to win? Who do you think's going to win?
I put my money on Brandon.
Yeah, Brandon's good. Jamie, what's the scores?
What's the scores on the doors?
Scores on the doors.
So game one, we had Jesus Christ, working out in it. So Pete was playing Paul Moore. He won the first game, 190 to 187. On 7 and 8, we had Hadley versus who was it? Tom, and Tom was triumphant with a 210. So I'm reading it backwards. So what are we reading? Sorry guys, I'm reading the wrong things. 7 and 8 was Leon Devlin. Sorry, Leon Devlin won with a 155 against Craig Barrett, and he had 145. So right, ladies 9 and 10 was Brandon Roberts versus Paddy Mark Patrick, and Brandon won 257 to 152.
Don't come and start. That's going back to the
Lanes 11 and 12 were who have we got? Bowler 5, Austin against Rob Thurby, and Rob won that game 181 to 179. 13 and 14. We had bowler 6, which was Steve Thornton playing Callum Simons. Steve won 234 to 207. And then Harry Morgan was playing Tom, and Hadley lost 210 to 184. So 30 pins for a bonus for a win on that. So unsurprisingly, Brandon Roberts is currently leading after game one.
He's not just leading, he's smashing it by the looks of it. I mean, he's got 30 pins on top of his 257.
Aye, so yeah, as I say, it's early doors.
Yep. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, marathon, not a sprint, but 2:30. Yeah, 10 more games to go, including this one.
And I mean, Rob Philby's gone double against him. 9 for Bear and an 8 to start for Brandon, and Rob's had the double.
Yeah, well, he's had a shot on each lane, then he just sheet. Now you watch this.
Yeah, he did that in this open. Did that to me. You honestly, right? He went strike, split, spare, sheet. I was sat there, I was like, thanks.
That's what he does. That's what he does.
It's because he doesn't care who's leading.
Do you know what?
If he's leading,
As we're talking to him, we might as well go over to the footage at the moment, because we've been too bothered about that, haven't we, really, the conversation. Pete Stevenson first. And that's what we was talking about before, just showing up. You know, not having that warm-up this morning. Is that going to come back to bite him?
Yeah, I was watching the first game with him and Paul. They were both coming in sort of cold, I say. Both trying to work it out, and I think in a scrappy game, just Pete came out on top. So he takes 3 off the right.
I feel like that's what's happened with this tournament. And this pattern is this pattern. It's like you miss right, this is like flat, and then you keep it in. You want to keep it in. You just want to take off on it, and it's crazy. It's almost a reverse of like the best way to play this. But then you try and get the ball to do something straighter, a little bit faster, and when the speed bumps kick in, you got nothing. The only person I think who's combating that really well, obviously Brandon's now on it again, no chocker, but Stevie with his slow ball speed, I feel like he's taken the whole pattern out of the way. I mean, like he's taken that whole like speed bump thing because he's slow.
Yeah.
His touch is there, and he's manipulated the ball in such a way that it's just wants where he misses right where everyone else misses and goes 2-8-10 or whatever. He's striking.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Obviously, you could do that because you're lefty.
No, they're not that slow.
I'm slower than you now. Oh, I'm slower than you now, I think. Not at all.
Not at all. He's probably still a mile an hour above me.
Yeah, maybe. Brandon's just, wow, Phelps didn't spare it.
Here we go. So Brandon's going to
Brandon's
strike
clock it now.
No, he says through the face.
Hang on. Brandon's messed it up.
No? Phelps.
No.
Commentators curse it once more.
With what you just said, mate. Let's keep it PG.
I said clocked in.
Oh, I thought you said clocked it up.
No, I said, Brandon's clocked in.
Alright, I'll take back what I said then. It did sound somewhat different.
No, I just said I think clocked in and he went flash.
So you Rob Thurby's up to bowl.
Wrong one. This one's the one that's live.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Give us back the microphone. Let the professional take back over, eh?
Where's that not?
No, that's yeah. See. So we've just seen Thomas Copeland get the spare. It's Callum Simmons there getting a strike.
Best way to know Callum is if he hates it, it's a strike. If he loves it, it's 10.
It's Callum Simons, sorry, not Callum Simmons. I got told off for pronouncing his name wrong before. It was me that said it wrong then. I've always known him as Callum Simons, but apparently it's Callum Simmons. It's Simons, sorry, not Simmons. Oh my God, I know, yeah. It's going to be hard for me to get that in my head now because I've always called him Simmons, not Simons, and I didn't know he didn't like it.
He was my coach at EYC, and I just known him as Man Bun. That's it.
Well, we've seen the photos of him when he's not got it up in a man bun. It's not the greatest of looks, is it? I mean, Halloween's next week. Maybe he takes it down then. Austin Smith there. Austin Taylor, sorry. Leaving the 7 pin. As if I just said Austin Smith. Oh my God! The look of the member. Did you see that then, mate? That was a 4-7-10, and somehow the pins just come and just took him out. It just basically collapsed.
So,
unreal.
Steve, in a few events recently, Steve had an issue obviously where his ball speed didn't get through the pins quite right, and it just didn't help. But this pattern seems like it just falls lovely for him. It's doing everything that he needs, and it, like everything looks good. Even a purple hammer that he never throws, he doesn't like.
I think he
looks really nice.
Will help him get them down the lane a bit more.
Yeah.
Steve's problem is he rolls it so hard, and he's slow, and then he can't get the ball in the lane. So he forces him in, and then he does.
Yeah.
He's got to do things that he's not go around the lane.
Well, the pattern's not really meant to do.
But he's getting it down the lane for him, so Steve can repeat like the best of them. So.
Oh yeah. And it was like, so me and him trained yesterday, and we were talking, and he was like, I'm having issues throwing the purple, so we started trying to get him better on that, and I found that he looked good. It was just getting the ball to carry. And today, I think with the pattern, it just opens it up for him, and his touch is, I believe, personally, second to none. I've always seen his touch as one of the best. And
well, we'll see now. He's just about to bowl and lane 11. We might as well see what he does. This touch that you go on about, this feel. This has got a Lily written all over it now, hasn't it?
10 back.
2 pin.
you didn't like it though. You didn't like it.
Yeah, just hit the speed bump there and pushed on a bit. You could see it. I could see it on the camera from here.
It's 3 speed bumps. It's not like you got like we were saying. I was saying.
Oh my God! Oh, Callum Simons there with a.
It's like you said, it was a little different. You can kind of combat it and use it for effectiveness. It was like you can get it to hold, where here it's you can't play hold because it's number 2. So
If you're watching and you want to comment over to these two that are talking, Jamie and Dan, if you want to comment, put it in the chat. If anybody's watching, I mean, it won't surprise me if we've got more technical issues, to be fair. Gordon Humphries pass a comment off to Stevie T. His bowling dad is watching, apparently. Don't know where the bowling dad comes into it, but I mean, I'm sure Gordon can give us a. Come on, Gordon, right? Put a comment on a bit more if you're watching still, mate. You know, I want more explanation as to why you're bowling dad. Whoa! I suppose. Hey, up.
Lucky man, you almost left the washer.
I think that counts as a 5-pin as well, doesn't it?
That's gonna be a good game. This is gonna be really
Surely that's got to count as a 5-pin as well if he misses this. Missing the head pin's got to be worse than missing the 5-pin, hasn't it? We'll go over to that camera in a second. We've got to watch and see if Tom gets the head pin that's been left. I mean, do you know what? I'd love it if it was blue and white, right?
Not last Sunday.
Huh?
Not last Sunday.
It's all right, mate. You just got to look at the table, haven't you?
Paul Moore looks, he's one of those bowlers.
I don't even know how long that's been off for.
Turn on it.
No, it's on, it's on.
Yeah.
Oh, sorted.
There we go, we're back on. I
Alright,
think.
sweet.
Oh no, default.
Building one.
The microphone for the time being. So you're talking to that now?
We're on film, I guess.
Phelps? Oh, Phelps. You just went stone dead, didn't very much. It's feeling it. I think also this.
Alright, let's have a look how the games are going then. So,
Microphone is back on.
I'm going to jump off and take the scores down again. So
Alright.
if you can carry on.
Yep. He'll come back and tell the scores very soon.
If anyone wants to let us know how long the commentary's been off for, I mean, these two have been chatting along, so I've not really been paying that much attention. Normally, I'd be the one on my own giving the commentary, and I'd see that pop up straight away. But you know, it happens. Here we go. Gordon Humphries has replied to me. Steve was coach at Triple Crown in Ireland 2019. Some of the Irish players saw us together and they asked if my boy was bowling. Well, there we go then. That's the explanation.
I think it's going to be people like it's hard. How's Stevie doing? Steve's now struggling a little bit. I believe he's struggling. I can only see split. He's on 150 in the ninth. I think he can strike here and it'll be okay. He can get in. That'll be a close game. Brandon's pretty much locked out. Yeah, Brandon's locked out Phelps. Hadley's now locked out Pete.
Is there any games that are close that we can switch to? He's finished on 15 and 16. Yeah, well, we're going over to that one then. As Brandon leaves a 9 pin and it's wobbling like I don't know what just before I switched over there then. That was unlucky, that. Yeah, I know, but it's still a communication of pins, though, isn't
He
it?
doesn't care.
Jamie, have you got 15 and 16s? It's finished over there. All right.
It's going to be close. I think if Callum strikes here, puts tons more pressure. Callum has just crumbled very, very, very. He doesn't like it. You can see it.
It wasn't the best of strikes, though. Let's be honest.
They fall, don't they?
I mean, a strike's a strike at the end of the day.
I went back-to-back Brooklyn, so it is what it is.
Well, some say that the left-hander pocket was the one to go for. No, I'm joking. Before any left-handers get on it, I was joking.
I'm not. I think also as the day goes on, it will get tighter with Austin and the lefties anyway, because it's just going to be setting more than being used, as it's going to be not as push around as much. There's a lot more lanes to be played, and it's going to be more or less like the righties are going to have more trash, so fresh, but it's going to be more bedded in, so the pattern's going to be more true on the left side than it is on the right side. So we're going to have to wait and see.
The game that we're talking about then, Callum Simons versus Austin Taylor. It's 168 plays 164, but Callum's on a strike and Austin's on a spare.
If Callum strikes here, it makes Austin double to have a chance. Pretty much Austin has to strike out to have a chance because he's on a spare. Callum strikes out, he shuts him out by 6. Something like that, not much. Again, it's all the nerves and things like that. They're going to want this because they need this for points. So 30 pins a game, obviously, if you win. That's a good shot. Wow, that's a great shot. He likes it a lot. it did wobble.
He didn't take this. He had to get the.
Craig Barrett just beat Rog by 1.
Wow. I mean, he had to rely on the pins taking out the 5 pin there, though. I mean, normally the ball would drive through, take the 5 pin out.
Ooh. Wow, that happened to be out there. Austin's stepping up more. Callum's just going to wait a little bit, just let him think about it a little bit more. Callum's liking it, he's feeling comfortable. Austin steps up here, makes a good shot. It's game on. Hadley's just finished on 243 and a win, so he's decent with scores. That's a good shot. Wow, he hasn't got what he had this morning. I don't know if that's because he started a little bit more right today, this squad, but we'll wait and see.
Or when did the lanes get oiled to when they bowled on? I mean, they pretty much got oiled and then they were straight on, so I suppose the oil didn't have time to set, whereas this morning maybe the oil had time to set.
Oh wow. Yes and no. I think because of the technical issue as well, with the lanes anyway. Oh wow. It helped.
Is that a young man?
I think it helped. Helped a lot more the righties because they can get it before it's just spent in, so they can start hooking and hitting it. It'll be decent. I think Jamie's just finding out the ball that Pete's been throwing. I think he's doesn't care. Forge Amber. That's an old ball, isn't it? Is that new or old?
I mean, to me, it's just a bowling ball with three holes in it, because they don't bowl two-handed. So
there's some very good two-handers about right now. So.
No, I'm just saying it's a ball with 3 holes in it to me at the moment. I couldn't tell you what a bowling ball is looking at it. I know they all do different things. You have a pearl, you have a solid, you have a urethane. You know, you have different cover stocks.
That ball looks really good, really good. I don't know what it is, but it just looks pretty good. It's nice. It's a nice ball.
One day they'll do one thing, and the next day they'll do
that's the
something
issue. That's the issue.
bloody different, and you're thinking,
I think bowling balls nowadays last a lot less. So they bowl. I think they last probably about 40 games now. Probably less than that.
Isn't that good business sense?
that's the whole
Because
idea.
then that makes you want to go out and buy another bowling ball.
Here's the bigger issue though. Here's a bigger issue. Purple hammers last as long as you want because they get softer and get better. They only get better with age where...
Well, technically it lasts 2 years if you're going to be starting bowling tournaments that are sanctioned with whatever it is. USBC.
It's USBC only. Over here you can bowl as much as you want. That's why I've got a ball that's from 2018 and I'm glad I've got it because it does completely different to what the new ones do. The new ones hook a little bit more, cover more boards, where the old ones you can keep a little bit straighter, hit it a little bit harder. Trust the ball, it's not going to hook too much. I think Austin has drilled one literally last week, an old one. He got to find an old one. They're expensive now though. If you find them undrilled, very expensive. I think.
I reckon you just ban all urethanes and see how good the bowlers are then.
Steve
Yeah,
Thornton
but
said
when
that.
urethanes first came in, they were that was the thing, and then they went out again, didn't they? And I mean, urethanes were around for a long time, and then suddenly purple hammering came up on the scene, and urethanes back mad again.
I think it was it's the same as the blue hammer. That blue hammer. That apparently back in the day was one of the balls that everyone had. It was everyone had that ball because it was unreal. Purple hammer is a thing that I think no one else has ever really cracked, and I think Storm and it's trying to get close and things like that. But the balls they've made isn't close enough, and it's just the purple hammer has something in what they do.
I've all tried one.
Second to none.
I mean, have we actually got people watching this? I imagine so, because Gordon's replying to me on comments. But why is nobody want? Does nobody want to speak to us in this session? No chats. Nothing on the chats. Oh wait up. Tristan bowling 300. Oh good. Congrats to Jess.
Easily.
Leon to win.
Oh, you're talking about thinking.
Huh?
Easily 5 minutes has been muted.
Oh right. There we go. I mean, to be fair, isn't that a good thing though? I mean, you need to have a break from Dan sometimes, don't you?
All the knowledge in that.
Come on, Jamie. We need an update on the scores, mate. Right, they're filling the scores out.
Brandon's still
Locked in.
Brandon's leading.
Brandon's leading. I think Hadley's probably going to be behind him. He's just shot 240.
Mark seems to be really struggling on this. I mean, he did well to qualify in the top 8. He did well towards the end.
He did a big last one. He got that. He did well. I think it's going to be, if Austin gets something now, he's going to lock in.
I've lost my sheet. I think Jamie nicked my sheet. Lefty to win from
Not
Matt
even,
Clayton.
not even.
And Austin or Hadley doing it for the left side.
I think
for Ben Robinson.
I think the left side is now, I don't know, it looks good still. I think Austin started a little bit more in first game. I don't think that's why they look great, but I think now you got a little bit more of the high rev players in again now. You haven't got low rev rate this tournament. It's going to be a lot more Thane. Urethane is everywhere, apart from probably about 3 maybe. Paul Moore throwing some, I don't know what ball that is, but clearly working. I think it's a foul.
I mean, what lane's Paul Moore on? He's on the camera actually. He's on 9 and 10. Started off with a double. I mean, he's about to bowl, so you'll see what Dan's on about in a second.
Mark Patrick is very under the radar. If he finds it, he finds it. If he finds it here, I think he can come back. It's always possible. I think you can always come back.
It's always possible when you factor in the fact that there's 30 pins for a win as well. Let's not forget about that. I mean, you can shoot a 200, get a 230, and if you do that a couple of times through winning, you know, that's easily going to put you back into contention, no matter where you are after two.
I think how hard the pattern is, shooting that 200 is good enough. Like having that, winning with a 200 is good enough. Yes, batting out a 250. Yeah, Peach had a 240 something like that. But I don't know what they had that first game. They could have had 180 for all you know. And it's just things like that gives you that guaranteed look.
Hey up.
So,
talking about Mark getting it locked in, he's locked in on lane 10. Just needs to get lane 9 sorted out, and he could be on for a decent game here.
he just needs to repeat. That's all he needs to do. If he repeats, then it's game on. It's yeah.
Physically.
Yeah.
Had bad back, various things. He's not been right on it just lately, unfortunately.
With how he throws it, I think it's very, the way he throws it's very back hit oriented. He needs a lot of his physical, very physical through the shot. But it works. It cuts out a lot of his speed and stuff like that. Callum piping up 10, pretty much.
Let's talk about what we got on the camera. I mean, I've got a feeling that we've been talking quite a lot about stuff off camera. Rob Philby then on lane 12, nice strike from him. Starts out with a strike.
Was it 2-time EBT winner?
8 split 1 and a strike for him. You see Paul Moore, the man that we've been hyping up a bit on here. He's gone strike, 9 spare and a strike again. So he's going very well, is Paul.
I think when you're as decorated as Paul and as respected, it's like he used to be a pro. Like he's been around the block twice. You can
put it this way. I've never seen Paul, but I've heard of him. Never seen him bowl. He was second in the rankings. Pete Stevenson nicked him.
Yeah, Pete Stevenson
nicked him.
English Open. But he's scary. Paul Moore is the scariest bowler I've ever had to play against. I played against him twice in a match play, and it's just scary. He'll strike, smile, and strike out.
European champion?
Yeah.
Something like 7.
Yes, 18 European thing. It's
Got married, doesn't do so many now. I mean, when he was doing the European tour, he was playing, he was there or thereabouts every time.
He played PBA. It's the best way to explain it. He's a retired PBA bowler. He's done everything.
Do you know what? When you see the PBA go over to Australia like it did a few weeks ago, how much would you love to see it over here? You'd love to see it, wouldn't you? It's because of Belmo took it, didn't he? I mean, he has become a bit of a face of it. I need to be fair to him.
Belmo.
In Australia, I mean, he's top sportsman.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
And they recognise it.
But he's seen as a sport.
Yeah. He got some high award just last week. Something in Australia. Big award. Yeah. You know, he's just looked upon as being a national hero.
Yeah.
You got to look at.
Exactly.
You got to look at not just him. You got some other bowlers, EJ Tackett and Chris Prather. Those who have also, they're young, and they're doing what Belmo did at a young age, and they're very good. They're always around the top. always around the top. And I don't think you can get away from that. I just think you can't.
Have to switch over to the camera then. 5 through to 6 in, so the other one's gone off. So, do you know what, Dan? Have fun with commentary, mate, while I sort the camera out. Talk a bit about what's going on.
So, Austin, okay, we're over at Austin. How's Austin? How did Austin do second game?
So,
We got scores here.
talk about the update.
Got
Right.
the scores.
Give it your score update. So, after game 2, Brandon Roberts is leading Steve Thornton.
Whoa, Stevie T.
5:32 after 2 games for Brandon. CBT is back by 4:72.
60.
It is 60. Well done. Good maths. Bear in mind. Haddy Morgan, 3rd place, 4:57 after 2. Callum Simons, 4th. Leon Devlin, 4:34. Tom Copeland, 4:15. Pete Stevenson, 4:08. Rob Thurby, 3:85. Paul Moore, Austin Taylor, Craig Barrett, and Mark Patrick bringing up the rear.
I don't think you can rule out Paul. Pete, you can't, and Thurby. Austin, he's a machine. He's a machine. And who else?
As I said,
Leon Devlin? You can have it. I think you can have it. It's close.
everyone. This is the thing. Everyone in this field is capable. It's just
Finding it.
I think you're looking at the top 4 for the step ladder. Yeah, is it top 4, top 3?
Top three.
Top 3. Right. So, oh yeah, the lines give that away, don't they? Dying here.
Picture of that, we'll put it up on the screen.
Sure. Let's try and get this up on the screen.
It's got to be awkward, hasn't it? In making solo like miles away.
Yeah, I'll send it to you on here. If I can work out this thing.
Alright, have you done it so that the total's at the side?
I just hit it. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll interview Gary. Pass us the microphone. Alright. Gary Baker stood right in front of us, right?
Just send it to
Here we go.
my voice disappeared.
He's coming round, he's coming over for an interview. Gary, winner in the seniors division then. I mean, you bowled well, you got into the top 4 through all the tour stops. You end up coming here. How does it feel to be crowned the senior champion, I suppose, of the ESBT tours?
Oh, it's great. I mean, Lee's been very kind to let us all play in this final day and give us a chance to actually sort of show what we can do on a tough pattern. So yeah, it's been great, and you know, the 4 of us have done our best, and I ended up on top, which was.
So just talking about the pattern, I mean, you bowled with majority of the bowlers that are in here at the moment, the 8 that obviously qualified from this morning, and obviously bowling on the pattern as well. I mean, firstly, who's your money on? And then secondly, a word about the pattern.
Well, the pattern's tricky, and it breaks down even trickier because it kind of closes down, it gets a bit longer, it seems to. But it certainly controlled the scores. I mean, but all these guys are great. I mean, this is the best in the country we've got. At the moment, Brandon and Steve Thornton seem to be doing it, and Callum. Those 3 seem to be finding the shot for the lanes anyway.
And Hadley's up there in 3rd place at the moment.
Yeah, Hadley's doing quite well, but he's hurt his shoulder, hasn't he? So we'll see how he gets on with the rest of the day. Yeah, can't leave Hadley out. It's Stroud, and it's his centre.
Yeah, exactly.
He's very good.
And we'll go over to the iPad camera because I've just seen that come off. But so if you're gonna choose one bowler that's gonna end up walking away with it, who's your money on? Come on, give us one bowler.
Well, it's got to be Hadley, because he's very successful here.
There we go then. You've heard it here first, Gary. From a winner, saying that Hadley's going to end up winning it. He's on the lane at the moment with Stevie T. That's a good matchup. That. We'll stick with this camera at the moment because they're on the pair to the left of the shot. I mean, I know the signal isn't great at the moment, but I mean we'll stick with it because it's still usable.
But Hadley had a good start. He's got 3 or 4 in a row.
Yeah, he had a turkey to start. Oh, might have had a double to start with. I don't know. I can't see from here. My eyesight isn't that great. That's it, yeah.
Spare double, I think.
It looks like a 9 spare on the third. Double 9 spare, strike. Looks like. But if it gets close, which it probably will do in that pairing, then we'll go over and having a look at all the other scores. Then let's see what other games look like. They might be close. Callum versus Brandon might be a close game. Do you know what? I was meant to put the scores up on here. I've just been sent the picture, so we will put it up on the Mac. Just sending over. We'll get the photo up. Do you want to take over commentary while I sort this out?
What are you sorting out?
The photo.
Oh.
The,
yes. It's a close game between Callum and Brandon. If you want to switch over to Brandon and Callum, if you can.
We're staying with Hadley and
How
Steve
close is that?
It might be pretty close.
I think Stevie's about.
Hadley started off alright.
I think Stevie's about 40, 50 behind. It's close. I think it's going to be. Wow, I was lucky. I don't know. I can't see the scores really. I think Hadley's far enough ahead. I think he's about 40 ahead. Oh. I think where the amount of urethane's gone down, Stevie's trying to find something, and he's trying to find something to give him a bit of room. You got. I can't see Pete and Craig. I'm guessing it's a close match, always. Who's close? Is it? How's Hadders doing? How's Hadders and Stevie? Head by much or little? Steve on a turkey. Whoa, Steve can have this back. Is it close with Steve? Is it close with Stevie? Ah. I'm curious though, because yeah, I think Hadley. That's home centre, isn't it? So he feels comfortable here.
You look at him and then 1 minute there's not like they're struggling, and then next thing, bang, they're back on it.
Experience.
It's a good condition. Just looking around the field, like you say, it's an unbelievable field. People playing different parts of the lane. You know, not everybody's on the same part of the lane. Everyone's playing different parts of the lane. And everyone seems to have a shot.
Alright, anyway, scores are up here then. After 2 games, we'll put them up. Here you go.
It's really close.
Oh wait, well, do you know what? Before we go over there then, we can't switch over. Talk about the scores.
Alright, so Callum has just left a bucket. Right now, going into the 9th frame, Callum is 174. Brandon is 153 with a spare. He's going into the 9th now. If he strikes here, he's pretty much behind by about 4, but it's gonna be close, super close. I think Brandon could go up above him. I think you got to just wait and see. It's gonna be close. I think Brandon. Oh, there you go. What's up now, Brandon?
Yeah, it's up now.
Oh,
no. Pocket.
There's three really good matches. There's Callum, Brandon, Craig, Pete, and Hadley, Morgan, and Stevie T.
Right, we've got the two good games on,
Yeah.
and then we'll just talk about Callum and.
Oh, I was going to spare. Callum just spared a bucket. Very luckily, went through the nose, spared it. Brandon needs to spare the 2-5-4. If he spares that, then he goes close. Just needs to trust in Callum, which Brandon is very good at. He put pressure on. Brandon spares. Stevie spares the bucket.
It's a shame we can't read the scores. It's like a tint in it. Go on.
That's very
We send in Agent Colin Gross over to give us an update on the scores over there. Anyway, let's bring the scores up after 2 games then. We've got at the top at the moment Brandon Roberts with a 532. Obviously he's got 60 pins bonus on that because he's won his 2 matches. Then you've got Stevie T with a 472. He's obviously got 60 pins on top of that because he's had it. Then you've got Hadley with a 457. He's got 30 pins bonus. And just under that you've got Callum Simmons, who's just missing on the cut with a 438. Go on, sorry. Score update on the game that we're watching.
So Hadley's just struck to go in front of Stevie, going into the 10th. Whoa, Brandon has just left a 2-pin, forcing. No, not by the looks of it. Hadley's gone 4-bagger. Stevie's tapped. He's trying to look for something. I think it's still close-ish. I think Pete and Craig is close. Oh, Craig's demolished Pete apparently. Steve's just struck. Steve's hunting still. Steve's never out. Callum, this is the game though. No one wants to show to this. Callum and Brandon Simmons. Hello. Callum is left a 4-pin. He's left a 4-pin. This is gonna be close. 188-2-0. So Callum wins.
Oh yeah, switch over to this one. It's gonna be close.
Yeah, but it was close.
No, I'm joking.
Brandon struck. Hadley's 220 pace.
Thanks, Callum. Stevie T. 222.
Stevie's 222. So it's very
He's close. We've got to keep with it. We've got to keep with it. This is the match.
If he wins this, then Stevie bounces. Stevie bounces high, I think. He'll get close to Brandon.
Well, I mean, you look at the scores here.
If
Hadley wins it, Hadley will go above Steve Fortin.
Hadley's just stuck there. I think
Hadley's
he
just
basically won the game that match.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Hadley's, I think, bumped Steve, and he could get jumping close to Brandon if he strikes out. Callum's coming back with the ball, trying to look at someone else just to see what that looks like. It's not your thing for a start.
Well, he's won the game, hasn't he? So
yeah, but I think with this end, especially, it's been a lot more urethane down here. So
sheet's gone, so I don't know what he won next. But that's not. Borrow that 2 sets. I just want to know where Callum's going after this because we're just talking about him. So.
So.
He goes on 5 and 6 after this, so it makes sense to try something out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
5 and 6. Who's on 5 and 6? Pete, Paul. So not much urethane on that lane actually.
From Adler.
Brandon's now gone on 9 and 10. He's throwing urethane. Hadley's just finished on.
He's not finished yet. Strength
Well,
242.
if he strikes, he shoots 240, so that bumps him high. That puts him very good in position. Stevie's I think 190, I think maybe 2-0. Callum won this game.
Callum won this game.
Yep.
210. Right. So 210 plus 30, so that's 240. Onto his 480. 83. So
438.
Yeah, it's 438. Sorry. Let's just call it 440.
Right this second, it could be Steve bumping down to fourth. Wow. So, as you can see, it's very close. 532 obviously is a big number, but then it goes 470, 450, 430, 430. So I think even if people are getting 30 pluses on the wins, it puts them straight back in.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. That's
scary. That's scary. You can't count out Rob Thirlby. That's a 385. That's a big shout. If Rob Thirlby has a big one like he had this morning, he went 261 game, I believe. Puts him straight back. 260. Yeah, it was a really big game.
I know Austin had a 266. I don't remember anybody else coming in one of the 260.
He had, I think, 250 or 260. Big game.
I know he went first 6, I think.
One qualifier.
On 13 and 14.
One person I would really like to say, like fair play, is Jess. I watched her over there. It was like 220, 250.
Yeah.
She had the nut.
The only game that was below 200 was the final one, I think.
Yeah, the last game was like 190. She looked amazing. She looked unreal.
Saying that she before the final game she'd have been sat second. She's in the 16.
Yeah, she looks really clean. Good, really good. So the last game's finishing up now. Austin wins 190. No, Thomas Copeland wins 190. Austin with a 118.
118?
Striking out for a 138.
140.
No, 128.
He's on 118.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, 108.
Come
Sorry.
on.
I keep seeing my scores. I keep seeing the scores I swap. But as you can see, the lanes are so deep. He's trying resin because he has nothing else.
Wow.
Yes, no. Yes.
Wow.
No.
Where's the form gone, Austin? That's what we've got to be asking. The form from this morning. Out the window. Disappeared. Thomas really has capitalised on his bad form. 204 at the moment. Potential of being 214. Nope. It'll be a 209. Oh, 210, sorry. From him.
Sorry, I'm sorting out bowling balls. Getting new bowling balls.
Alright, which one?
Get a phase 2, a pitch black, and a purple hammer. So I'll have 3 purple hammers in the bag, 1 pitch black, and a new phase 2.
Do you know what? After the amount of stick I've been giving people about urethanes, I suppose I should never have a urethane in my bag, really, should I?
But you do.
No, I don't.
No? Wow.
No, I don't. Not yet, anyway.
There's one big game, I think, next
Has Austin's arm fallen off yet?
No. He had an injury a couple of years back. He's okay now. He's looking a lot better.
James said before on the earlier stream, he said the only way Austin isn't winning this is if his arm falls off. Well,
clearly.
Looking at them scores, he'll struggle to get into the top 3.
I think he can. I don't know what he had the last 2 games, but I don't know.
We can find that one out straight away.
Austin, he had 179, 184. So actually, the left is possibly the urethane all out of play, maybe, because it wasn't able to set like it did earlier. As you can see, Hadley scoring really, really clean. 240 again, I believe. So
Let's bring them scores up from the first 2 so then people know what we're talking about.
So you got Hadley with resin looking unreal. I think the urethane's starting to go out of play now, but also you still got a lot of games to play. I think it's 12 games, so it's going to be super close.
No, it's not.
No?
Either you play each other once.
11 games then. 11 games total.
So extra game, you know.
Yeah.
Makes all the difference.
I needed it. I needed that one. I think Steve and this game here, Steve and Brandon will be very good. If you transition to that now, I think Steve and Brandon will be awesome.
Left of shot, obviously, if you look. But I mean, as he says that, Brandon goes and leaves the 1-2-10. Yeah, I'll take over commentary while I get a picture of the 3 games because he put it in his thing.
So, who do you think's going to win against Brandon and Stevie?
Who? Brandon and Stevie. This is always a good match, this.
I've only seen it twice, so.
Yeah.
Last 2 times it was 260 piece, so.
I think I'll put on Brandon this time. Brandon, I didn't realise that.
Almost spared that.
But Brandon's kept it going this time. He tends to
It's crunch
start
time.
really well.
It's crunch time.
Starts really well and then tapers off a bit.
But I think he does enough in the first start of frames to get back in, like to keep him clean. You know what I mean? Like he'll go like 5-bagger and then spare his way out, spare his way to the win. And I really do think Steve is going to find something on this pair. I do.
But you can never tell with Stevie.
He's so calm. That's a good shot.
Experience.
Oh, urethane. I think urethane. Yeah, they're seeing the urethane push. Maybe. Stevie's throwing a tundra, as you can see. He's he's surprised. He's like, it was a good shot, but I think he's seeing urethane.
He threw a couple up there on the previous set. In the previous game, he threw a couple that carried on like that and didn't really make it. And that one, you could see by the way he's scratching his head there that he thought that was going to come up, but it didn't.
Yeah, I think now he's going into where the urethane push and everyone's been throwing urethane. I think it's going to eliminate. He may even bring out his own purple hammer. He was throwing it yesterday in our practice session we had, me and him. He was throwing it, trying to get a look on it. He's just trying to find an idle synergy. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. I think he's going to start. I think he's going to think about urethane.
No surprise there.
I think it's just a crazy. He's shocked. He's literally sat there with a hand on his head, like, what is this? This is. I think it's this generation. This generation is now sane.
Just been told, don't count Pete Stevenson out yet. You know why? He's got his Liverpool shirt on. He'll be asking for VAR soon.
Didn't they lose against? Who did they lose against this week?
Nottingham Forest.
Oh, Nottingham Forest. Didn't Dean Henderson show you all up? Ah.
Yeah.
To be fair, can't lie. That Edison, really good assist, but that goal from who was it who scored?
Haaland scored 2 and De Bruyne scored the 3rd.
That Trossard goal.
All right, yeah, for them.
That was a pretty good goal.
Yeah, but to be fair, if we'd have a Kyle Walker playing, he wouldn't have scored.
I have no words.
I mean,
FPL's looking good.
Rodri didn't look very fit, and he was the one chasing him back.
FPL looked good for me, so.
Hey up! It's a 5-pin. It's a 5-pin.
Hands have already gone up.
A 5-pin on 5 and a 5-pin on 6. We've got double 5-pins. Alright, first one. Craig Barrett. Taken. Second one. Callum Simmons. Can he join him? Oh my god, it's a 5-pin on 7.
5, 6, 7.
Here we go. Now can Paul Moore match him and get 1 on 8?
Anyway, take care. Thank you.
You off, mate? Well done today.
Thank you for taking a video of me.
Yep, Callum Simmons gets the 5-pin. Right. Thomas Copeland then. Hey up, hang on, let's see if Paul Moore can join him with the 5-pins. Oh, I think I'd rather have the 5-pin one than what he left, to be honest with you. Let's. I don't think I've put the scores up yet. Hang on 1 second, we've got 5-pin action, mate. 5-pin action takes over everything. Yeah, so we've had 3 in a row. We've had 1 on 5, 1 on 6 and 1 on 7. Craig and Callum both spared it, and so does Thomas. So, I mean, there's no missed 5-pins yet today. So it's a bit devastating, isn't it? I mean, they could just get them, them 10 shot roulette things that they do here at Stroud Bowl. If you've not been, yeah, I mean, get on it. It's on it anyway. The scores on the doors after 3.
It's not bad. I thought Hadley would jump. Hadley is now only.
He's top.
He's top by 4. Callum is in the cut now by 5. No, 6. He's in the cut by 6. Stevie's just out the cut. Stevie's just changed ball to a Triton, and he's looking really clean with it. It's getting a little bit more down lane. He's brought his like break point a little bit longer down lane, so he's trying to get a little bit longer and get it around the lane. Here we go.
If you want to see the scores for a little bit longer, then they are on the sportbowling.uk Facebook page. I will share them on our page on Riding the Ditch as well. So if you want to have a look on there, do go over. As we speak at the moment, it is posting, it is sharing, and it is posted. So if you do want to have a look, go and have a look. Hey up, I missed this. The little cut that Sports Bowling UK did, Jamie, who was on commentary with us before, he did a little video of people bowling, and I missed that one. We'll share that as well. Mad as well. A little bit of action. Oh, as is over on lane 2. Obviously, out of the way, out of action. We've got.
So what lanes are we on now? We're on the lanes. We're on Austin Taylor, Pete Stevenson, Brandon, Stevie.
Yep.
That's good 2 matches. Stevie obviously got to the Triton, so it looks a lot better now. It looks a lot better. He's gone 7-1. Wasn't great first frame because he had no idea. Urethane push. He's gone to that and he's gone 3 at the back. Austin is now just struck. He's gone to resin. He's gone 5-3 strike. Pete Stevenson's got 9 spare, 9 spare. So what Pete's going to do if he's going to change it?
He'll be bringing out VAR as my dad said before, you know.
Brandon's hitting it harder now because he thinks that that's what he needs to do. Fair enough. I've seen it happen. He did it at English Open. He hit it harder and it's worked for him. It just came in. Paul Moore, hello. Left 2-8.
The lefty's 2-8-10. The 3-7-9.
379. No, don't leave it.
Well, we've seen the 2-8-10 spare here in the ESBT. If you want to go back and watch it, you know, I'm sure Lol Ellis actually put it up on his Facebook. Actually, if anybody has Lol Ellis, he clipped it up. You know, the 2-8-10 that he spared. Yeah, I don't know if it's something that you should be celebrating about though, personally.
No, I wish. I really do wish I had a 7 pin earlier on. I threw it hard enough because, you know, after leaving a stone 10 pin, threw it very hard and would have spared it. But it would have been fun to see, but you know, I'd have been also very depressed if I left it at the same time. I just don't think leaving stuff like that and sparing it is great. It's amazing, but at the same time, it's a little bit depressing. You know what I mean?
I think we'll stick with this camera. So if you are watching, there is 22 people watching at the moment. Probably my highest that I've had that in a few streams. Anyway, if you are watching, we're going to stick with this camera. I think we'll probably stick with this camera for the rest of this game. We've got Brandon, Steve, Austin, and Pete. If you want to pick a winner, Steve, he's got four on the bounce. If you want to pick a winner, do put it in the chats. You know, you can have your arguments between them on who's going to win. But
I'm going to back my coach. Stevie T's going to win. That's my coach. But
I'm probably going to back Stevie T on this one as well, with the fact that he's just gone 4 in a row. But you never know. Brandon could go off the sheet, and Steve could get a split now, when it could ruin the run.
The thing is, as well, is Steve. The way Steve works is he will tick over, and then when he wants it, he'll have it. So the 7th, 8th, 9th is his biggest. This is where he loves it. The 7th, 8th, 9th rank. He will set himself up, and the 7th, 8th, 9th is where he will go heavily. He'll make sure the shots are great. Oh wow, flush 7 10. Not even our ringers. Brandon, right, what's he done? He's slow down a little bit. Oh, Brandon's locked.
He's trying to put a little bit more pressure on Stevie T here. I mean, let's be honest. The winner of this could knock the other. If Steve wins, he could knock Brandon out of the top 3.
He can knock all of them out. He can go run straight to the top.
Yeah, but let's be honest. We're just talking about this game at the moment in time, mate.
No, what I'm saying is...
Yeah, he could knock them all out. Yes, technically, yes.
No, because of how close it was.
Yeah.
You look at it, close. Like there's 2 people on 639 and then 2 behind it. It's super close. It's going to be close. It will stay close, I think. And I think if Stevie strikes here, he will either back out. Oh, crumble lucky there. I think he'll make a move off that. Brandon's going to say thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Golden Gods, and pray that he strikes.
And then the other game, obviously, that we got on this camera at the moment as well, Pete Stevenson versus Austin Taylor. Austin Taylor 5-3 Turkey. Pete Stevenson 9 spare strike. It is close.
So do you think Pete's got it in now? Do you think Pete's locked in, or do you think that's a one on one lane and maybe a different look on another? Stone.
Oh! I think it moved as well. Actually, it looked like it jumped a little bit.
Good shot.
Commentator's curse.
But you look at the difference though of the shot. He had literally the frame on that lane before. He never hooked. Then it hooked there.
Then speed bump.
The centres, the pattern is so hard. You can never really read it unless you're a lefty. That's Stroud.
Oh, he said it, not me. Not me.
Hadley's 40 up. Was he? Lefty.
Right, so Hadley's 40 up on Leon, but I mean, well, to be fair, Leon was still in contention.
Still is.
You know.
Still in contention. From here. From 8th? About 8th down. 8th up. All in contention. Craig goes from Craig to Pete to Rob to Leon to Tom to Steve Thornton to Callum to Brandon to Hadley. So all of that from it's only 100 pins from that Craig Barrett to Hadley Morgan. All of that is still in contention. You can shoot a huge game here.
No, you are right. You are right. Are we really? So what you're saying is you're ruling out Paul Moore, the guy that we've been saying on, gone on about his experience.
You've got to realise. Oh, sorry, no.
Paul Moore,
The issue
596.
is where everyone else has had a low game and got 30 pins, so you see Rob Taylor with 180 but still got 30. You know what I mean? Where he's had those, he's having that run where it's a bigger, like a harder game.
Yeah, 187. Didn't get the result. 179 didn't get the result. 200 got the result.
It's harder games. The harder games he's playing. Like, he's trying to get this one. He's just bricked.
State of that. Seen it. Just been airdropped a photo there that's just been sent over to me. I mean,
Gone.
Oh, signal's gone. Let's jump to a different camera angle dead quick and then we'll jump back to that one. Yeah, keep holding the mic.
What are we doing?
So, opinion. Who do you think's going to win out? Brandon, Steve, and Austin Pete?
Oh, in the games now.
Games now, yep.
Stevie T.
Yep. As he's our coach.
Oh no, he's
I don't know,
yeah.
Brandon.
137 working on the 7th with a strike.
That's true.
Brandon's got split 9.
Yeah, he's sticking with urethane though, Brandon. I think he's persevering with it. I think also, what do you think on Pete and Austin?
Look at the scores now. I guess Pete's on the right. So close game. So if you do another, Pete, I'll tell you after the shot what Pete does.
It's actually been given back to me. I was doing it for the photo.
Pete's well, yeah, it's going to be. It's going to be. I think it's going to be Austin. I think on this one.
Yeah,
I love Pete, but I think
Stevie.
No.
Bit quick. He knows it. No.
No.
He thought it was a good shot, and it was just.
I make that face every shot I bowl.
You're not the only one.
I'm like, what am I doing?
No. We just blame the pins.
Stevie went high on the previous shot, and he's made an adjustment, and it's just.
I think he only went one right left as well.
Yeah, you see, he's on the 6th frame. He just jumped.
Yeah, I think
jumped on him.
I think he went one left on that shot, and I think it. I just don't think he was expecting it to push on the urethane.
Probably think he's got that under-over look that we all love.
Do you think he'll switch to his IQ soon? Or do you think he'll stick with Triton?
I think he started with IQ, didn't he?
No, he started with a Tundra.
Oh. Another black ball.
Spared it.
I think you stick with that. It's not that bad.
He used to throw it better, personally. You know.
Yeah.
Strike.
Get some more effort.
It's one of them, is in it. Huh? Who? Steve Thornton's your winner. Go on, why?
Steve will be using this as a training session for all bloke in the seniors. I'm telling you now.
That's coming from one of the members of the senior team right here. You know, Colin Gross finished 3rd in the seniors though behind Sue.
Using it all day long as a training session. He'll be the one that's focused, making shots, staying patient, and repeating.
The thing is with Steve is he never gets the emotions ahead of him. But the thing is, people see him and they think, his emotions getting a little bit ahead of him. But nah, his mind is so calm, but his body says a different thing. He
never gives up.
Exactly. But his mind says his mind's doing one thing while his body's doing another, so it puts everyone off.
Also, when you see him on the lane, you watch him. He'll play a shot and he'll strike. You can be 3 or 4 lanes in the lane, but his mannerism on the lane looks like he's struggling, and he's not.
Well, I mean, he does take his time on the approach.
I do too, though.
Oh no, yeah, but I mean, Steve Thornton does take his time on the approach.
If you really want to go take your time on the approach, I did a time on Ray Teese. Ray Teese takes, I believe, from when he steps on the approach to then go is about 40 seconds.
Wow. I don't think The only time I've ever seen him bowl was when I bowled that one Easter doubles, and that's it.
I'm about 30.
Does he come out of airport ball?
Yes, I'm about 20 seconds on the approach, waiting until I go. Stevie's about 30. He's in between me and Ray.
Do you know what? I reckon we time it
Crumble.
next time we see him have his shot. I reckon we time it. We get a timer up on my phone, and I reckon we time it.
I'll do it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
Stopwatch. How quick?
alright, come on, we'll make our predictions here. Come on, Jamie, what's your prediction?
How long do you think Steve's going to take from the step on the approach to throw the shot? I said about 30 seconds because I take about 20 seconds. I take a time.
Don't Ray coach you as well, doesn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's the problem. I love Ray to death, but he's yeah.
Stevie and Ray wait too long. Oh, here we go.
It's not that bad.
I'm going. No, you didn't start that on time. You didn't start that on time. We're not having it. It was 4 seconds.
Ooh. Did you ever bowl Nick Froggatt?
No.
Nick Froggatt, Stevie. You remember Nick Froggatt? Nick Froggatt and Steve Thornton used to play doubles.
Oh my god.
And Nick Froggatt used to spend a hell of a lot of time on the lane.
So me and Ray played doubles at a East doubles once, right? Me and Ray. So Ray takes probably about 35, 40 seconds. I'll take about 20 seconds. Honestly, it took us to play 3 games on our own, right? Just on our own. No other people because there wasn't enough people. Took us easily another 5 frames longer than anyone else. We'd finish a game while they're on their second and a half. It's crazy. It's crazy. Too long.
Yeah, well,
But we don't get shot clocked, so that's right.
exactly. I mean, so I think as well is another thing comes into it in mind games as well. So like, for example, all right, maybe not when you actually play proper match play, where you bowl and then you bowl on the next frame before the person bowls. So say me and you were bowling, you was on lane 4 and I was on lane 5. No, you was on lane 5 and I was on lane 6 even, because lane 4 and 5 ain't a pair.
Really?
Yeah.
Who's bowling on this?
Yeah. Callum and Craig.
Craig Ellis, Craig Barrett.
Yeah.
Craig Ellis, yeah.
Wow.
Alright, here we go.
Paul Moore is on decent game. I mean, he's gone from the 5th frame onwards.
Stevie's trying a new ball.
He's had a Mars bar. What did that a Mars bar on frame 4?
Huh? Mars bar?
Here we go. He steps on the approach,
Paul
so
had
we
a Mars
start.
bar, frame 4 of this game. He's just missed.
So
22 seconds.
to get to the foul line. Wow, it was quick that time. 13 seconds. Look at that, he almost left for 7:10. He didn't wait long enough.
It's as if he's hearing us and he's trying to go, well, do you know what? I'm going to show you that we can go quicker.
Look at that.
2:16. Won it. Wow, did you see Austin's shot then?
Did he never hook?
He just didn't hook, he just stayed straight.
Wow.
And Brandon's finished off well there. He's finished with a 185.
So Stevie is talking to Curtis right now, Curtis Hooper. And pretty much it's just urethane push. Just urethane push.
Elaborate. To the people that are not, elaborate on urethane push. You need a description.
Say again? Urethane push?
Yeah, go on. To the people that don't understand the terminology.
So pretty much urethanes are made in a sense to pick up oil and put it down the back. So it's a very much. How's the best way of explaining urethanes, Jamie?
Sorry?
Best way of explaining what urethane push means.
Urethane push. So urethanes generally are non-porous bowling balls. So the oil sticks to the surface. So generally when the ball tracks on the lane, it takes the oil off the front of the lane, and then when it hits the dry part of the lane, it deposits that oil down the lane. So when you throw your reactive bowling ball and you're expecting a nice dry part of the lane, there's oil on it, and then your ball wiggles.
But then also you've got the lay down point where if you're in with the urethane on
and
resin,
it just destroys the front of the lane.
Your resin or reactive ball is gonna run out of energy, so it's not gonna even try to get a
So
little bit of
what you think the lane's dry, but what is the urethanes have just, because they got like 180 grit or 360 grit, they take the oil off the front. So you have the lane blows up, and then you think, oh, was it me? Just the ball's running out of energy.
And sometimes even urethane messes with urethane.
Yes.
And when that happens, then you've got whole heaps for problems. And that's why. As
There's another one that says there, Leon Devlin, urethane should be banned. Leon, I think I'm the only person that's under the age of 30, mate, that doesn't have a urethane in the bag.
No, he does.
No one about me.
Oh.
Okay, the battle of the lefties.
Battle of the lefties.
How do you find
Oh.
urethane then? What's the issue?
What good with urethane?
You throwing
Short
it?
pattern.
You throwing
It
it?
shouldn't be allowed if you're bowling over 36 foot.
Right, scores are going in from game 4. As soon as they've been updated, we'll give you an update on it. Obviously, it's just watching the end of this here. Austin versus Pete. It's pretty close. 173 each. But Austin's got 6. Oh, and he's opened. And that's probably thrown the game away. Yeah, 176 for Austin. Pete's on 173. He needs 4 pins. I mean, he's got 2 chances to hit 4 pins. Yeah, he has. He's had a strike on his first. Yep, that's it. Pete Stevenson wins it in that game. What a game, though. And I'm glad we stayed with that camera, to be honest with you. I wonder what score was Arsenal?
Is Human Son playing?
Right. Watch Pete Stevenson's last shot then. He's changed his ball. And he still gets a strike.
1-1.
1-1 for Arsenal.
Southampton,
Ooh.
Arsenal 1-1.
Do you know what, Mark? If you're watching, mate, thank you.
I did turn around, to be fair, and I said this is the only time I want Southampton to win. So it makes it more close and tempting.
Yep. We needed that. That's 2 points dropped for...
So, who's playing? So I'm looking at football now.
She was saying before, you don't need to buy it at 5 o'clock. Because you've already drove into the car park, you just buy it before you go.
I want to pay the 50p
So, Hugo, Luis, Sanchez, Dyer, Lenglet, Clement Lenglet, whoa. Is Son playing? Human Son, Kane, okay. And who's playing for Newcastle?
Alright, you on about football? You're not on about...
Oh no, I'm looking at football, mate.
Right, hang on. Let me sort that camera out.
Fabian Shaw.
Come on, talk about the bowling a little bit while I sort the camera out, mate.
We'll talk about bowling. So scores are just coming in now, just by Jamie and Lee. What are we on? We're on the name of Callum Simmons and Mark Patrick. Callum did not like that at all. 5 pin again. Next game is, I believe, Leon Devlin and Steve Thornton. Next to us, as you can see. Down the end, you've got Rob Thurlby, Pete Stevenson, Austin Taylor, and Brandon. Then you've got Thomas Copeland, Craig Barrett, Hadley Morgan, Paul Moore. Oh, that'd be a great game. Hadley Morgan, Paul Moore. That'd be a great game. So, wonder how Mark Patrick's finding it now. Mark Patrick is crumbling. He has a great shot. He crumbled that. Oh, he almost missed that one. What's the scores, Jamie? He's gone over there. So, here you go. Jamie's normal scores thingy. What's the scores, Jamie?
Okay. What we got then? Come over a bit. Dying.
Hadley leading, Callum. Stevie's back in it.
Yeah, Hadley Morgan is leading Callum. 968 pins, including bonus, with Callum Slimer second, 932. Steve Thornton third place, 1-8. Brandon Roberts 9-14. Thomas Copeland
905.
9-05. Pete Stevenson
858.
8-58.
Yeah.
Leon Devlin
835.
Craig Barrett
825.
Rob Thirlby
817.
Mark Patrick
792.
Paul Moore
773.
with Austin Taylor.
Come on, the rear was 675.
Rog, Paul, Paul.
So,
Bit of a score correction there. Actually, it's Hadley Callum, Steve Thornton, Brandon Roberts, Pete Stevenson, Paul Moore, Leon Devlin, Tom Copeland, Craig Barrett, Rob Thirlby, Mark Patrick, and Austin.
so who do you think's going to win these games then? Callum,
Well, we've got
Hadley, Paul.
5 and 6, Hadley Morgan and Rog. They could mess each other up.
That could be a very decent game, I think.
Yeah. Two
Craig
solid
Barrett, Thomas Copeland on 7 and 8. 9 and 10.
Just looking at the previous scores.
Callum and Mark Patrick, Callum Simons and Mark Patrick. I think
I'd
that'll be a very
say,
good game.
yeah. Callum's going well.
11 and 12, we have Leon Devlin and Steve Thornton. I'm sorry. 13, 14, we have, who do we got? Brandon Roberts, Austin Taylor.
I still say Brandon.
Yeah. 15, 16, we've got
Thirlby and
Pete.
So it could be anyone's game, really.
I think Hadley Morgan and Paul, that'll be a very close game if they get going. Callum and Mark will be close. They'll all be close, I think. I think this one, I think everyone will be close this game.
What's the matchups then? We've got Hadley, we've got
just
the
gone
Battle
for
of the Lefties.
Just gone for him.
We've gone through them.
Yeah, we've done it.
Yeah, but I wasn't here for it to go
Oh, so
through.
you
So
got Hadley.
we've got the Battle of the Lefties. Tom versus Craig, who are bowling pretty well. To be fair to him. Surely Callum's gonna beat Mark, but you never know with Mark. But the way the game's go, the way the day's go. I mean that's through 3 on there. But, you just said it.
Send it again.
Hey up, what's been put here? Mark E4 and I am. I knew Mark could be watching. Just saying about Southampton drawing with Arsenal. Yeah, I'd put my money on Callum in that match between Callum and Mark. Off the day's play.
Callum's
off the
on
day's
a
play.
bit of a roll now. He's jumping up. He's getting into second place now.
Leon versus Steve. I'd put my money on Steve. Really? Oh. Yeah, Austin's just about found the line, to be fair to him, against Brandon, so that could be a close game. And yeah, Rob versus Pete on him. Alright, fair enough, there is quite a few close games. But then let's be honest, it's the ESBT Masters, you're in the top 12 pretty much now. Every game should be close realistically, shouldn't it?
So everyone's pretty well lined up. It's the odd scores, the odd mistakes. It's going to be critical.
Alright, let's get this. I'll get the scores up and then we'll run through them.
Nice little kick here, 7th in now, wasn't it? 6 ESBT, that's not right ball. You said public 7 didn't you? They went.
Do you want VAR on it? Asking for VAR on 5 and 6. 7 pin getting kicked out for Hadley. Anyway, let's get these scores up that's just been passed over to me from Jamie. Oh. Alright then, scores on the doors then through the 4 games. We've got at the top Hadley Morgan, 2nd place Callum Simmons, 3rd place Steve Thornton, and in 4th place Brandon Roberts. Them 4 have been changing as many times as they want to. Hadley's pretty much got, well, the last 2 games he's been at the top after 3 and after 4, but that top 4 has changed quite a bit. Tom Copeland's coming into it now with a 9.05, a couple of wins on the back for him. And he's okay, he's struggling a little bit on this one because he's had 2 opens, but I mean he's had strikes away from that through 5, 6-3, strike, 6-3, strike for Tom. It's still on the cards for him to get through because the person he's playing against, Craig, is struggling as well. A couple of opens for him as well in that game. So still on the cards, the top 5, anything could happen. And I mean, when you factor in the 30 pins as well, you could factor in a few more underneath it as well. So we'll go back. We'll go to that match then. We'll go to Tom. Yeah. You're right on that one, Paul Moore being at the bottom. I mean, we was bigging him up as well at the start. We were saying about, you know, he was second in the rankings, was Paul, behind Pete Stevenson. And I mean, Pete is what, 6? Yeah. But he's starting to get a little bit of a run, a 210 and a 220 the last 2 games. So we watch the leader then, Hadley Morgan. Good strike from Hadley. He's gone 5 on the bounce now as Hadley. 8 spare, 9 spare, and then that 5 bagger. We see Craig Barrett leave the 7 pin there on lane 8. Tell you what, the match that we was going on about, where you said your one is on Mark and my one is on Callum. I suppose that's the north-south divide here, even between the commentary. Callum with an open on the 5th. Now, good. That's you'd say advantage Mark. Spares it up though, does Callum. Obviously off shot. If you're watching, let us know who your money's on in these matches that you see at the moment. Hadley, you've got the battle of the lefties. Wow, Hadley did very well there to stop himself.
He does it a lot.
Huh?
He does it a lot. He's one of these people that does it a lot.
If you don't feel right when you get to the foul line, you know, feel free.
I mean,
technically, you could go halfway. You could go halfway down the lane as long as it doesn't leave your hand.
Yeah, that's right. If you don't leave if the ball doesn't leave your hand, it's not a foul.
Yeah, exactly.
And a lot of pain in his shoulder, or Wadley.
Yeah, he was just saying.
He'll often stop though, even when his arms right. He'll often pull back. Do you remember Mike Quarry? Mike he was always doing it. Yeah. He was some people have the ability just to pull up, and not just thinking, oh, it's not right. Damned if I can. If I'm away, I'm going. That's it. I'd never stop.
I've done it before, especially now since I've started having coaching off Mark Eathorne. Done a lot of stuff on my approach, so I do it the odd time when I know that it's not right. You know, because you do feel it. You do feel when you're behind or when you're in front.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, you'll be going down the lane and it just doesn't feel right. But I'm afraid I'm one of those people that just carries on. Ball's allowed to go anywhere then. But
yeah, exactly. But when you factor in the money on the line in the ESBT Masters and the fact that he's at the top as well at the moment, I mean, fair play to him for stopping. And, you know, and he's gone and picked up the spare for a bit as well. To be fair to him, it's gonna be a close match. This
Paul's on a little run again now.
Paul's had a turkey from the 6th to the 8th frame. Obviously, we're hardly having that 9 spare. Leaves it a little bit ajar, that door. Match on 7 and 8, Craig and Tom. Tom's struggling in this game. For saying he's
because he's been doing all right.
5th overall at the moment through 4 games. 91 through 6 and then a 9 spare after that. I mean, 91 through 6 for Craig as well, who he's playing against, and he's on a 9 spare, so it's going to be a close match, this one.
Paul struck again.
And that's going to be a close match. We'll stick with this camera because it looks like it's going to be close matches, and we're on the 9th frame between the two lefties, Hadley and Paul. As Hadley goes in strikes.
You won't give up without a fight.
Exactly that. Not going to give up without a fight.
He's back to period where he wasn't really liking the game, but he's really getting back into it at the moment.
I think everybody that's at the top of any sport, really, it goes through some sort of period like that. You know, even your footballers, when you're on 200, 300k a week, even they'll go through it. I mean, it's their sport, innit? It's the sport they love, and when you know you can do well, when you can do better in brackets, you know, because everybody has a bad patch at some point. You know, you just got to look. If you're going to put it in football terms, look at Liverpool. They're going through a bad patch at the moment. You know. But yeah, everybody goes through that little bit of a bad spell.
Well, I think it's with Hadley, it wasn't so much a bad spell. It was just a bit of lack of interest, lost interest for a little while. Other interests were sort of he was doing a lot of coaching. He still does the coaching, obviously. But just a little bit of period where he wasn't that interested. But it's come back with a bit of a vengeance lately. And he's very happy with his bowling again at the moment.
Smashing it out here. It's a very close game.
Yeah, it will be.
A very close game, this. You know, Paul's still on that run. Both had a strike in the 10th.
About 10 in it.
It's advantage Hadley anyway at the moment, but we'll see. Oh, nice little kick though to leave. It's a Hadley then also taking a 9 there, but that'll be enough for him to get the 30 pins bonus, and he'll definitely be cementing top spot with how he's bowled here. Paul Moore gets his spare. That means he'll finish with a 224. Hadley on a 244 at the moment, potential of a 245, and then obviously in time. See if there's any other games that are close. Anyway. I'll go over and have a look down the far end in a second. We'll switch to that camera anyway and give you an update on the scores, because I'll go run over and find out as you watch Pete Stevenson bowling on the end lane, lane 16 here at Stroud. Close then in the game between Steve Thornton and Leon Devlin. Steve just edging it at the moment, but let's see what Leon can do going into this 10th through the head pin. Not happy with it at all. It's close in the game between Callum and Mark as well. Mark on 169 with that spare. Callum currently sat on 162 with a spare in the 9th, yet to bowl in the 10th frame. $170 for Steve at the moment. 155 for Leon with that 6. Mark Patrick finishes then with a 175. Let's see what Callum can do in response. Currently on 162. At 175 for Mark. 162 for Callum then. It's finished between Tom and Craig. Tom with a 198. Craig with a 144. Tom did well to pull that game back. It's Callum Simonson leaves a 1, 2, 4, 10. So the door is still open here for Mark, because if Callum misses all, Callum just needs the 2 pins to win. As Steve Thornton finishes with a strike there, so we'll finish with 180 against Leon Devlin's 161. So we'll win.
161.
Yeah, 180.
Austin was a 200 plus. And, Brandon only had a 160 something. So,
Oh wow.
Big loss there for Brandon.
I mean, it's a big loss for Brandon, and Brandon was 4th after 4 games, so we'll jump to this iPad camera, and it's the last game here. Rob versus Pete. I don't know what the scores are over there, but it's a bit too far away for me to see, to be honest with you. because I forgot that Callum Simons had a shot to go. Gets a strike with a change of ball. 188 he finishes on. Mark Patrick 175, so Callum will pick up that extra 30 pins there. And it definitely keeps him in the mix because he was second as well after 4 games, so he should see him stay in the top 3 at least anyway.
He'll still be there, but he'll still be second.
Yeah, well, Steve Thornton won his game and he had a 180, so yeah, he should. Yeah. Brandon slipped up.
Yeah,
Tom had a 198 with 30 pins, so Tom should go above Brandon, and he'll be close with Steve Thornton because he's had another 18 pins on him.
Yeah.
So Tom could creep into the top 3 and Steve could creep out. 13 and 14? Yeah. No. If I'm gonna say anything, 225 plays
160 something.
162.
Something.
I'll go over and have a look. Give us a sec, Jamie. Oh,
It was a very-
Lee's coming over now with the scores. So the scores are getting updated then through 5. As soon as they get updated, then we'll give it a go.
Do you know the number?
Oh, Dan's back with his coke. He can take over while I go for a little comfort break.
What have I missed?
Nothing much really, but Steve Thornton could drop out of the 3 here and Tom could take 3rd spot. So we're just working it out there. Tom had 18 pins up with him because Steve had a 180 and Tom had a 198, right? Tom won his game and so did Steve, so that cancels one another out, pretty much. But when you look at it, 905, 918 after 4, Tom will take Steve's spot, and Brandon had a 167 or something like that. So Brandon will drop down. And then
Changed balls this game?
Callum changed on his last shot on the last game and got a pretty nice strike. So if that's the ball that he bowled last shot, then potential that I don't know. I can't tell off looking at a ball unless I bowl with it. You know what I mean? I don't know enough bowling balls, mate.
Purple and it's round, it's purple and that.
Yeah, that. But then that's going to get hard come a couple of months' time when everybody's got a purple solid as well with it.
Oh, yeah, of course.
They look identical as well.
They do. Well, I'm going to China.
Yeah, you take over the microphone, mate. I'm dying for the loop.
Yeah, so am I though.
Right, well, I'm going first.
We got. Who we got? What's the scores, Jamie? What's the scores? No, mate, come on, mate. You ain't got time for this. Oh, Jamie's got the scores. Alright, so scores for game. What game is this? Game 5? This is game. This is game. Morgan with 12.43, Callum Simmons with 11.50, Steve Thornton with 11.28, Pete with 11.04, Brandon 10.76, Paul Moore with 10.70, Tom Copeland with 10.60, Rob Delby with 10.20, and Leon goes 9.96. Craig Barrett 9.69, Mark Patrick 9.67, Austin Taylor 9.30. Who do you think is going to win the match again with Steve and Mark?
Stevie.
Tom and Callum?
Well, at the moment, Callum's bowling really well.
Yeah, he is.
Very steady.
So,
Second at the moment.
Yeah, the matches are 15-16 is Tom Copeland and Callum Simmons. 13-14 Stevie T and Mark Patrick. 11 and 12 is Paul Moore, Brandon Roberts. 9 and 10 is Hadley Morgan, Rob Thirlby. 7 and 8 Pete Stevenson, Leon Devlin. 5 and 6 Craig Barrett and Austin Taylor.
Yeah.
Who do you think's going to win out of Robin Hadley?
Well, I'd put it on Hadley at the moment. Hadley's just such in the groove at the moment that it's going to be difficult to beat.
Sat in the groove.
Regardless.
So
the scores he's put in.
he is almost 100 clear of second, and 110 almost, 113 clear of third.
This is obviously the interesting bit.
Yes.
There's only 20.
This is the new scores.
Right, so
What is
get
it?
that sent over to me.
20,
I've
20,
nicked your phone, Jamie. Do you want to send that
20
over
odd
to-
pins between third and fourth at the moment.
It's very close between third all the way down.
So it's Pete.
Pete
Pete's
was,
in the Pete's fourth. So he's the one looking to get in.
I would say, a very controversial shirt. I think we got Devlin. Switch over to here.
Yeah.
Show a bit of these guys.
Not yet.
Oh.
Go to that one.
So,
The most surprising thing, one of the day, I think, is Paul Moore being so low down.
yes, I just
probably
don't
come
think
to that
Paul
fight
Moore has found something there. The lefties, I think the lefties are struggling a little bit more. This set, apart from obviously Hadley is stonking, right?
Yeah. Two out of the three struggling.
The thing is, as well, is I think also Rob Thelby as well. I was shocked about Rob. Rob looked really good towards the end today. I just think that
There are a number of them who will get better, and some who I thought would possibly drop off. And Brandon's one of them. Brandon always seems to start really well on the fresh.
the creed of the
but
crop
then
always
tends to
rises.
struggle a bit as the lanes break down.
The best always rise, don't they? The best always rise to the top. So
Well, this is true. Green rises to the top, especially over this is a pretty. There's a lot.
after game 5, who do you think now,
Or to win.
or to get top 3? Because obviously step ladder, anything can happen. We can't say that. So top 3. Let's say top 3 for now. That's match 4. You need to go match 5. There you are. Hadley's kind of on it. Kind of.
I think Hadley's a lot.
Hadley, I don't think Hadley is. If Hadley has a tough one, then maybe. But I think he's on it right now. Is it not?
Maybe, but Hadley
Hadley's in, I think.
can. Brandon's dropping away. Roger's sneaking under. You never discount Roger anyway.
Oh, you can't. I was saying though, I just think he hasn't found something quite yet. He'll find something though. He always will find something. The best always do. But I think he will.
And if Callum can keep it together.
Yeah. If Callum keeps it together, he'll be in.
On a well moment.
Stevie's just consistent. Steve's consistent. Staying around the 190-2-0 mark. Staying consistent. 220s when he has them. I think you're really looking at. Main ones you're looking at is obviously Hadley, Callum, and Steve. I think Pete, Brandon, Paul Moore. I think those are the most you're looking at, really, don't you? Right now, I think there's a big gap now between those and the rest of the field.
Roger upwards, yeah. Any of those, so Hadley, Callum, Steve, Pete, Brandon, Rog. I think any one of them.
Yeah, I
could
agree.
be.
I think it's gonna get into a tougher block now because it's game 5, which is obviously
Game 6 now.
game 6 now. But they've got another 5 games.
Yep.
So it's going to start getting tougher. They haven't been in this part, even though it's been 1-1, like it's been 1-1. It's going to be. I think we'll start seeing a different thing than earlier. Really. Anything?
Yeah. I guess the lanes will start secondary transitioning. I guess I don't know.
Well, it's a 3 speed bump, so.
I think on the right now that's going to be starting to break down. It's just if you can.
Do you think it will start? I think it will start. What's the word? Leveling itself out, so it's going to become more of the pattern instead of a speed bump. It's going to become more of the pattern.
majority. What I mean is the majority of the field on the right are using
urethane.
Saying that. Don't know what I'm talking about. I think if you.
They've all gone off it now.
It's a mix.
They've gone off it now.
Primary active. Brandon, Callum, and.
I think Brandon's trying to make the urethane work. I think Callum tried something apparently in the 10th and then
The
got
other
it.
field is using reactive, so it's going to it's just going to be.
So be. Steve has moved right turn apparently all day. Right turn. I wonder.
For him, it's probably getting tight.
Yeah, probably is. Austin's doing okay now. He's from Spare Turkey. It's not bad. I think you're looking at.
Battery's been changed by the way, so.
Just saying that they're now a lot of people are now transitioning to off urethane.
Good. Needed to happen about 5 games ago.
No, it's true though. It's true. I think it will start. I think the pattern now is going to start playing in such a way that either super outside or super inside. I think the middle part of the lane is going to be trashed. Oh, the crumble from Hadley. Okay, Brandon is trying to overpower the pattern. It's very good. That's one thing Brandon can do very well. He can overpower the pattern. He did it in the English Open. He said he tried to overpower it, threat harder, threat faster, take the whole pattern out of play, which he did.
180 on his ball.
What? Yeah, he did. He went to the car pot, scrubbed a little bit. It's fair play. Yeah, he really did. How you finding it, Pete?
So we're here with Motive staffer Pete Stevenson. How are you finding them, Pete?
Brutal.
Why?
They're tough. They are tough. Sparing is key. 190 is decent. I have no idea what scores are, so I might be chatting absolute rubbish, but 190 feels good.
What balls are you sticking with the same ball?
Just 4 Gemba. Just hit on it a bit harder. Just trying to keep something smooth. Pearl is a no.
What is that? Is it
It's too clean. Too clean.
Too clean down the front? Yeah. Alright.
Even the big cores are skating. So.
What do you find now it's back game 6? What do you find about like the urethane and all that? Is anyone still throwing it against you, or are you just finding it a lot easier to throw the amber?
I'm a big fan of urethane. If you're still throwing at game 6, yeah.
To be fair though, it's working for him. Callum.
Yeah.
Commercial break and live player interviews.
Yeah.
Absolutely marvellous.
Look at us going around.
Gillette, the best man can get.
So, Lee, how do you find this?
I find it very enjoyable for the watcher. I like sorting out hard patterns and watching everyone sweat. It's more fun standing up here than it is bowling.
Can you now tell us who made the pattern?
Kegel pattern from probably 2019.
Okay.
Tweaked by someone doing a thesis and a study for Kegel themselves. So it's all come from a reputable source.
So, would you say the patterns play to what you expected?
Yeah, we wanted the cut to be around about this sort of even number. So between 190 and 200 is obviously quite a good number to be on a cut level. And then now in the round robin, it has totally changed because it's opened up, but also it's closed down a bit more on the left. So
Yeah, that's what I was shocked about. Is Austin had a really good qualifying, didn't he? He did unreal qualifying. All of a sudden, it's urethane and things like that.
funny you should say that. I just spoke to him and he said he's not throwing it half as good as he was earlier on, and he's not reaping the reward. So it's all down to the fact of throw a good shot, and then you score well, throw it bad and suffer. So that's basically what bowling is: physical execution. Physical execution. Wow, that's quite a big sentence for you.
There's a big sentence for this.
Big words coming out here, guys.
Spell it.
PH.
FIS.
Another thing to point out, we were having a conversation with Dr. Hoover earlier. He did say, didn't he?
Yeah.
He said that's the most struggling.
Yeah.
However, still a long way to go, folks.
There is halfway through. We're at the halfway point now.
All I had to do was jump
like 7 right, and then how you find it now? A lot different to this morning.
So what did you find this morning? Is it down to the execution, or is it down to the lanes? A bit tighter, a bit different?
I think the lane's just playing a bit different. In terms of actual execution, I'm happy with how I'm throwing it versus this morning. It's just right after the redress, the heads were playing a lot drier. And what I had this morning was a load of misroom inside, which I didn't have right on the fresher bits. So it's just been trying to find a way to combat that early friction, to try to go to reactive, skate it down, went too long. So I'm just gone back to urethane, just try to play the heads.
A bit slower?
Yeah, had to. Moved inside, had to keep it slower, otherwise just would have been flat 7, flat 7, flat 7. Fair enough. Keep going.
That's Austin Taylor there. That's Team England's Austin Taylor. Just a bit of insight from that, guys.
Do you want to give an update on the scores? Give an update on the scores while I sort this out. Yeah, but it's up on the screen now, so you can give a proper update on the scores.
So we got Hadley, Callum, Steve in the cut right now. Pete, Brandon, Paul are very close by. I think those are the ones you got to be looking at now. Those top 6. Maybe a big change could happen. Like a big change. It has to be big, but could you think Thomas Copeland could get?
Well, I'm not ruling out Rog. What's he doing now? Saying that he's not having the greatest of game, but North Brandon, to be fair. 180, yeah. I think he can have 180 if he goes off.
Austin just left a stand. Wow. You've got Thomas Copeland down the other end. He's doing okay this game, I believe. He's strung a couple together. I think what you've got to look at now is really what.
Have we got all 3 cameras back up and running now?
Well, I think what you've got to look at as well is fatigue. A lot of the bowlers here have bowled this morning and are now. So their fatigue will be setting in, possibly, depending on obviously cardio. Whereas, so how many games that's? In reality, 10 games everybody played today. That's 10 games. Going into their 11th now, so their fatigue could be setting in where some people, when literally this is their 5th game. So it could go 2 ways. They could have a really good, just warmed up and got ready for it now and feel good, or their fatigue could be setting in. Sorry.
You seen the comment?
It's true though, it's true.
Purple hammer.
Yeah.
It's like the same as tyres in F1, isn't it? It's purple hammers and bowling.
Yeah.
Paul,
I just think
just a quick one. Anybody watching? If anybody's got no sound like Selwyn, please let us know. Or if it's just Selwyn that's got no sound. Because for me, that's been on the whole time. So we've had sound the whole time. But for some reason for Selwyn, he's had no sound. So
yeah,
maybe he's just pressed the button. Maybe,
somebody text Selwyn, tell him to turn it off and turn it back on again.
It's the best way to fix electronics.
Yeah, everyone has had sound, unless you've accidentally pressed the button twice or something like that, where it mutes the microphone. But everyone has had sound, and I've not seen that drop. So
yeah, I think it's okay. Wow.
Greek churched. Rob Philby's had three splits on the bounce.
I think the fatigue is setting in for a lot of bowlers. It's gonna set in. Don't you agree though? Austin's on it. Fatigue is setting.
Fatigue. Most of these guys will be used to bowling 10, 12 games a day, but yeah, it's mental fatigue.
There's a lot of events though that. Can't you agree? We need more events like more match play, more stuff like this.
Yes.
Longer format games, but it's that old argument. It's money, lineage costs, and nearly £5 a game now. Most centres.
Yeah. Do you think ESBT tops could be now turned into step ladder?
No, it would never work because you'd have to get people back from the Saturday.
Agreed.
I'd love to do that. No, we'd love. I mean, I've talked to Lee about this loads of times. We'd love to do that. Do a step ladder final.
Every event.
But then it wouldn't work. The reason it works, people like it because they can come, bowl their 8 games, disappear on a Saturday, say, and then the scores are there. But you couldn't get people back. especially for like of us, like down south, we're coming up to say
Shipley.
Mansfield or something like that. Shipley.
Oh, I don't have that issue.
Whoa. What about the northerners that have to come down south? It's pretty much all the time in the adult scenario.
It's better now than it used to be. It used to be terrible.
Well, I think there's one now.
And as well, if we ask Rob Philby, Altrincham top three in his centres that he's sanctioned.
There's a ESBT event ready for now.
Yeah, mate. It's all about the BTBA tour on the 2nd of July, mate. Keep the dates free. Keep the date free.
But no. So
And if you want to know who's running that one, yours truly. Man in the ditch will be there.
So if we can get one, maybe two of the stops, so maybe one at Stroud and one up north, there's a step ladder as well. We could possibly see if they would like it, test it out, see what happens.
Do you know what else I'd love to see up north as well? The Nationals. Last time it was up north, 2007 Bradford.
I think this centre's held it for so long now. I don't think it'll change.
Yeah, but
the format is. I think the format of the ESBT, why it works so well, people like it, is so they can come and go and bowl and go home. What you're probably best off doing is we could maybe in the future add like a standalone tournament into the middle of the tour.
Yeah.
To cover that, because the problem is in bowling is lineage. Lineage costs for centres now has gone up, and that's why it used to work back in the day when it was like £2 a game for lineage.
This is what
longer format tournaments existed. Nowadays, it's expensive.
This is where I think the T20 format that was going on about before, where you had counties against one another, you only need 4 lanes. I think centres then would be more accommodating to give you a lower price.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to get it to someone. I mean, there isn't a tournament manager for the adults, so it's going to be hard to get it across to someone. Maybe I need to get it across to Paul, see what Paul says. And Paul, if you're listening, mate, do drop us a message, see what you think. And if you want me to say it out again, we'll say the format out.
Wow.
Right, let's talk about where we're up to then. It's finished on 5 and 6. Austin Taylor 236, plays 178 from Craig.
130 under after 4 to like 50 over for 2. I'm feeling great now.
All can change, mate. You're on 6 games through. I mean, there's another 5 after this.
Exactly. We're only halfway through. A lot to play. Anything can happen.
How you find it, Neil?
I don't wish to speak. I might swear.
Take that as you wish.
It's one of them days.
Finished up on 13 and 14 then. Steve Thornton versus Mark Patrick. One sec, we'll go find out the scores of that. Steve versus Mark.
Oh. Steve, apparently they're going to find out.
What's a tie? What do they do for a tie? Just get the half each.
Apparently I'm hearing there's a tie going on. I don't know if that's true or not.
Paul
Paul and Brandon have now tied. I believe they only get pins bonus. I don't believe they get the amount.
Steve Thornton won 192, plays 183 from Mark Patrick.
Wow.
Close game.
Brandon Paul draw.
What?
Brandon and Paul have drew.
Oh wow.
So I wonder
10 pins extra for both players.
Yes. Is that how it works?
Yeah.
That will help a lot for them both. This game, Pete has lost to Leon.
Leon's run away with it.
Leon loves it now. Leon's loving it. Leon's changed his mind.
It was 193 each.
Yeah, peace, man, peace. Pete, ball change, found something new. Leon's loving it.
Yeah, it's 10 points for a draw. Nice strike from Leon again, makes it 4. Double in the 10th.
What was Stevie T and
Oh.
Stevie T had a 192. Mark had a 183. So Steve with another 30 pins added on. It's going to be close, this. Again.
Who had us at? 182.
126 for Rob.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
3 splits in a row. Open.
Yep, killed him.
I miss. Split in the second.
Well, that's it. He had from the 4th frame through to the 8th frame, all opens. And that's going to kill you, no matter what, no matter who you are. Tell you what though, when you think about it, right, you've got Austin, he's currently sat bottom, right, he's just shot a 236. Right, Leon, who's sat what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Ninth,
7,
yeah.
9th, who's shooting 205 if he gets a strike. 203. Right. So your ones that are at the bottom are starting to find something now. So it could be all change. Could be all change. So the only game then that's left in this one is Callum versus Tom. Tom's finished. Looks like a 182 from where I'm looking. Callum, from the look of that one, looks like he probably didn't win, but I don't know. On the end pair, but he just walked off after his last shot, pulled his glasses off, done that typical thing of wiping his brow, you know. Yeah, pretty much.
Got the hamburger meat out.
All the things that you'd expect when you have oh yes, please. Diet Coke.
Back in a minute with the
With scores, yeah.
It's not
That's
sorted
it.
yet, Paul.
Everybody's finished their. Is that the 6th game? Yeah, the 6th game. Just waiting on the last score to be inputted.
What did he have?
So Tom's 182.
182.
Yeah, so 182.
Check all of it.
170.
You off?
I'm off skis, mate.
What about the commentary? What's going on?
Got Jamie here. I'll leave you in Jamie's hands.
Yeah, but I could walk away while you two were having a chat. It was all right.
Yeah.
I've now got to take back over. See, no part-timers here from the Northerners.
See you a bit, Leon.
The Southerners.
Good luck at Sophia, fella. Thank you, mate. I'll let you know.
The Southerners getting away.
No,
Eh?
mate. There's F1 at 8 o'clock.
Oh, tell them to put it on the TV. Yeah.
They don't. They can't.
Why?
Sky Sports don't work for them.
What do you mean? Sky Sports is on now.
So man said, "Can I put the qualifying on?" And they went, "We can't do that. You've got it on there right now, mate."
Sky Sports is
Innit?
on now, and it's just advertised.
It's
that
painful.
The
It's
F1's
painful.
on at 6:30.
They turn it off though at a certain time.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I'll see you later, though, people.
Alright then. End pair, Steve Thornton, Rob Philbert. That is going to be a good game on that end pair. Then you've got Craig versus Brandon. Then on 11 and 12, you've got Austin versus Mark Patrick. 9, 10, you've got Leon Dalvin versus Paul Moore. Then 7 and 8, Hadley Morgan versus Calvin Simons. And on 5 and 6, you have Thomas Copeland versus Pete Stevenson. We're waiting for the score update from the game before. Some of you will be happy to hear that Dan has now left me, and others might not be. But you know, so others won't be happy that Dan's leaving with the insight that he was giving on lanes. But we've got Jamie still at the side of us. You know, see, like we say, us Northerners, we're workers. The Southerners, they get away quickly. You know, alright. I'm guessing you're going to be up soon, with it being half term.
Yes, I will be.
Alright, we'll see you soon then.
See you soon. First and second, Hadley and Stevie, and one more.
Huh?
I think first right now is Hadley still.
We'll find out in a second. Yeah. Stevie versus Rob. Stevie, first two. Rob has had the first one, about to ball on 16 then. See if he can make it 2 from 2 as well. Ooh. Stone 7-10. Playing at the side then, Craig versus Brandon. Brandon's got 9 spare strike, Craig's got 8 spare to start. Let's see what Craig can do in reply. Leaves that 2 pin, gets the 9.
How in the UK do we leave the lanes in such a fucking mess?
As in, what, just going on to it?
Just everywhere. Just move 20 right from the other pair.
Watch and see then what Tom Copeland can do then on lane 6. 8-1 to start. Strike to reply. With Pete Stevenson having the strike and then a 9. It's down to him to make this spare then. He's put that pressure on. I mean, it's on the 2 frames in, but the sooner you can get the pressure on the spare, the better. If you let someone run away with it, it's hard in this game to come back. Thank you. Alright then, we've just been given the scores after 6 games. You watch Rob Philbin, oh sorry, wrong camera. You watch Callum Simons then pick up his spare. 8 spare for Callum against Hadley, who's gone strike 8 spare. Should be a good game, this one. Wait to see what Hadley's response then is to Callum getting that 8 spare. Both played 2 frames in this. Heavy, leaves a split. It's a big split from Hadley. 4-7-10 from him. Alright, the photo has been sent with the updated scores then. We'll ping them up. We'll put them up. Just give us 2 seconds and they will be up on the screen. Just got to go through the software system, get them up as you watch then. Callum Simmons not happy with that. Good 7 though in the end from Callum. Alright, we'll watch the spare shots then from Pete Stevenson and Callum Simmons, and then we'll ping up the scores through 6 matches. As you see there, Pete Stevenson with a nice spare. Can Callum do the same? Yes, Callum can. Hands up in the air though. Anyway, your scores then. Top of the shot at the moment, Hadley Morgan with 14.55. Only lost the first game, did Hadley, but shot at 184. Away from that, he's won every match, and that pretty much becomes your difference as to why he's so far ahead at the top there. Ahead by 100 pins though is Hadley. I mean, he lost the first one, but he's won every game since. So, you know, when you add them 30 pins on, when you're hitting a 182 like he did in the last game, but add that 30 pins on, it's still over. You know, and that's your difference. And then in second place, you got Steve Thornton with 13.50, and in third place is Callum Simmons with 13.20. Then just below him is Brandon Roberts with 12.79. So there's a bit of a gap now between fourth and third. Callum is ahead by 41 pins. So there's a bit of a gap. That there's a winning 10 pins in it. Winning 11 pins in it, really. Yeah, it's really close between 4th, 5th, and 6th. But I mean, that in a way it doesn't really. I suppose it matters in terms of prize fund, but in a way it doesn't really matter in getting into the top 3. But then again, we're only halfway through. There's still 5 matches left to go, so anything could happen. Austin. It's gone up 4 places. Yeah, but if he keeps doing this, he's got a chance. Right then, back to the action then. Go back to the camera. 5-3 to 8. It's a close match here. Tom versus Pete Stevenson. Tom's gone 8-1, strike, 9 spare, strike. Means he's currently sat on 79. Obviously he's got them 2 strikes, so going to play a factor in the scoring. Pete Stevenson then, see what he can do here. He responds with a double as well. So Pete's got the advantage in this one at the moment because he's gone strike, 9 spare, 7 spare, strike. He's currently sat on 87. I think it's going to be, if they keep bowling the way they're bowling though, these two, I think it's going to be a case of who cracks first with a run of strikes. Then on the pair of lanes next to him, 7 and 8, Hadley Morgan, currently sat top by 105 pins. You know, so he's got that margin at the moment as Hadley. He's gone strike, 8 spare, 7-1 split, strike 7, and Callum Simons has gone 8 spare, 7 spare, 5 split 3. Both had an open. Advantage Hadley. We see what Callum can do then after his open in the 4th frame. And he's got the reaction that he wanted. Nice messenger over. Takes the pin, takes the strike.
Purple's not worth throwing, guys. It's worst ball ever made at the moment.
At this stage of the tournament, it's probably the worst ball ever made. But I mean, there's a reason why near enough every man and his dog has one in the bag. Well, at least one anyway.
It's game 13. Game 13, I finally got out of it.
So you lost connection with that camera, but I'll give you an update anyway. As Hadley gets his spare, I'll go sort that camera out then. Unfortunately, I'm the only one now on commentary, so you're going to end up with a little moment of silence while I go sort this camera out. But if you've been watching any of the other streams, you'll be used to it now, because normally it's just me. Right then, I'm back. Roll back to that camera as you see Pete Stevenson get a strike there on 5, and Hadley leaving another split. And Callum going double, 5, 5th and 6th frame. That could come in handy for Callum. Obviously has a pretty decent margin at the top at this moment in time as you watch them. Pete Stevenson, can he make it? Another strike on the bounce. Yes, that is 9 spare strike for him. Tom Copeland has gone 4-bagger. It's hardly nearly spares it. Wasn't a million mile off. Might as well go then to the camera in the middle of the centre. See how these matches are matching up. Leon Devlin versus Paul Moore. Matt Patrick, manager here at Stroud. As we said before, pretty much lives here. Against Austin Taylor, and Austin looks like he's got a shot in again. As Paul Moore gets a strike in what is his 8th frame. Pete Stevenson then another strike for him, makes it a double. Tom obviously carrying on his run on 5 and 6, obviously off shot. Mark Patrick opens now. Looking at the games then. Looks like Rob Philby struggled again over in the foul. No, I'm looking at the wrong side. It looks like Stevie T's has struggled 2 opens back to back there right in the middle of his game. And Rob Philby's done pretty well. String of strikes in the middle. Might as well jump over to that camera actually, seeing as we're talking about it. That just says it all there. Steve Thornton going through the head pin. Brandon Robertson on lane 14. That's the strike. What's that? Throwing it down outside? It's as if you could say it's Manchester weather here in Stroud. But I mean,
Manchester weather everywhere.
But I mean, that's the beauty of this sport. It's indoors, so even when it's throwing it down outside, makes no difference. That's how it is. Well, I suppose it makes a little bit of a difference because it's cooler, so it doesn't burn up the oil as much on the lanes, technically speaking. But I mean, the players aren't getting drenched like as if it was football. If it was cricket, it'd be called off. You know, don't get none of that here in the sport of bowling. We might as well jump back to this camera over down here on 5-3 to 8 because the games are pretty close going into the final frames. I mean, Tom Copeland's trying to run away with it here. He's gone 6-bagger, 4-3 to 9.
Got a good look, to be fair.
And as we say that,
As he misses.
he completely misses the pocket.
Leaves the 1-2.
Leaves the 1-2. That's probably where them speed bumps come into play there.
Linked it right a bit, didn't he?
It did look right a bit. But to be fair, I've not really analysed his other shots, so he could have been bowling there the whole time. Just don't know. Hadley then looking to try and come back against Callum Simons. He's had a double, makes it a turkey. Fist pumps there. Look up to the gods. Can Callum respond then? Can he make it a double? Make it interesting going into the 10th frame.
Brandon, win for Austin. None of them can lose.
Well, you heard it here first then for this game. That's Stevie T in the top 3 that's lost. Brandon, did you say win for Brandon? Brandon was close earlier on. He's currently sat 4th. Stevie T's got enough of a gap on him, surely. But then again, could be a bit, you know, he could go on a run. You never know. Like we said, we're only realistically at the halfway point in this round robin. Austin's on a bit of a rejuvenance. What score is he on? 190 with 2 shots left to go in his 10th frame. Well, 210. If he strikes out, he's got 2 shots left. He's on 190 at the moment. Hadley again striking after Callum got that 9 spare. I think that sees Hadley win the match between the pair of them. Tom Copeland then with 233, and with Pete missing there means he'll finish with a 199. So Tom drew his last game, so he's one of the 1273s. And with Callum losing, who's the cut at the moment for that top 3, could we see a change? You know, we said he was 41 pins up. He's only shooting 167 at the moment, and with 5 left to spare. Oh, he spares it nicely. Spares it nicely, does Callum. Well, I mean, that puts him on 172. You might be saying he's 41 pins ahead, so it's, you know, what, Brandon below him is 1, so he's let's say that he's 11 pins ahead, because Callum's clearly lost this game now. I mean, it comes down to what Brandon's shot.
Very decent.
212 then for Hadley. Only 2 games that have been under for him today through his 7 matches. And that was his first match and his last match. 229 for Brandon, so that should see Brandon back into the top 3 then, and Callum drop out with that 182 for Callum. Leon had, I think it was Leon that had the 220 and Paul that had the 179. I'll get confirmation on that one. Yeah, oh no, Leon had the 179, Paul had the 220.
What have we got on the other pair?
154 plays 200.
Was that Austin?
Austin got the 200. And it was Mark Patrick that had the 154.
That doesn't mean I'm finished.
Brandon 223.
That made me feel better.
170
for Craig.
223 for Brandon Roberts, 170 for Craig Barrett.
163.
Stevie T only a 163 for him.
That will be 227.
And Rob Felby had a 227. Ran away with that one, did Rob. So Summerin and Hadley still top. Tom Copeland goes second. And Brandon Roberts goes third, so there's a massive change there. Paul Moore goes 4th. Stevie T drops from 2nd down to 5th, and Callum Simons drops from 3rd.
Callum, don't call me Simmons.
Man bun, no bed.
No, none of that. PG on riding the ditch.
That is PG. No bed. I've got to call me something else.
Oh, man bun. One of them. Even Selwyn said it's tipping it down around here. And pretty much all the country. You know, the good thing is though, looking at the weather yesterday, he said that a bit of high pressure is going to go for the northwest. So you lot down here. Come Tuesday. To be fair, it'll still be raining in Manchester when, isn't it? You know. Yeah. Well, I don't know about sunny.
Who'd have predicted that at the start of the year?
It was a nightmare driving. I mean, I didn't drive. My dad drove, but it looked like a nightmare driving because down that M5 and the M6, it was flooded pretty much. Sorry, mate.
There should have been 4 divisions. Ladies, seniors, right.
Thank you. Scores have been sent over to me, so we'll get them on the screen very, very shortly. Just got to sort out sending it over. Right then, matches then for the 8th game. We have on 5 and 6, as you look left of shot, Craig Barrett versus Matt Patrick. 7 and 8, which this should be a pretty good game. Steve Thornton versus Pete Stevenson. 9 and 10, again, should be a good game. Hadley Morgan versus Austin Taylor. 11 and 12, yeah, another battle of the lefties there between Hadley and Austin. Then on 11 and 12, Rob Philby versus Paul Moore. I forgot his name then for a second, I'm not going to lie. That could be the camera to stick behind, to be honest. I'm going to put it up in a second, the scores. Just got to wait for it to transfer over. But yeah, and then on 13 and 14, then Callum Simons versus, what's he called again now? Leon Delvin. Yeah, Devlin. And then Todd Copeland versus Brandon Roberts. Another good game, probably go underrated there. Down on the far end, especially with the way Tom's been bowling. He's been bowling that like consistently good level. It's not been like your spectacular ones like your 260 and you know he's been, yeah, exactly. You know, he could be the one that goes underneath the radar, could Tom. Right, I'm pretty certain that's been sent over, so we'll get the scores up. I mean, we did read them out a second ago, so if I've got the sound on, you will have heard. Images. Hadley then bowling on lane 10. Ooh, big split for him. Right, and your scores then through 7. We'll bring them up on the screen. Top of the shot, still Hadley Morgan, still with only that 1 defeat in his first match, won every match after that. Then in second place, Tom Copeland, who's jumped from, I'm pretty certain was 5th. We'll just double check that one. He jumped from 7th position, Tom, to 2nd in the rankings after that last game. Just shows you how close it is. Then in 3rd place is Brandon, who has jumped a place up from 4th into 3rd. Then in 4th spot, just missing out, is Paul Moore, who's come from pretty much nowhere up into contention now, finishing in that top 3. You know, he didn't have the best of starts, did Paul? You look at his scores, lost the first game with a 187, lost the second game with a 179. Then, you know, after that, he seems to have gone on a pretty decent run, as Paul. Steve Thornton's dropped from 2nd down to 5th. after that loss, that 163, didn't do him any favours. And then Callum Simons has dropped from 3rd down to 6th then. With that 182, that loss in the last 2 games being a loss for him, has cost him pretty much there as Callum. But some scores going in there. You mean, look at Austin 2 games ago, was sat bottom of the picture. He's dropped from bottom up to 8th position. You know, he's still definitely all to play for you. He just keeps changing. Anyway, we'll go back to the footage then. Watch Austin, the man that we've just been talking about, seems to have found a shot recently. Good 8 from him after being shallow there. You see Rob there missing that spare, makeable spare. I mean, it was a split, but it was a makeable one. I think I'm getting a couple of messages that I'm not actually seeing. So if anybody's sending me messages, I'll get them up. One on red message from Selwyn, which we've responded to earlier on. Young Hadders, the most underappreciated player in England bowling, says Paul there. Seeing that. I mean, to be fair, probably is. You know, 1-2 tour stops on this ESBT. It's gone from 2020 through to 2022 thanks to COVID. You know. And you're probably right there, Paul, in saying Hadders is probably one of the most underrated players. You just got to look at the scores. He's 132 pins ahead of anybody else. 162 pins ahead of anybody else. Sorry. I mean, there's a reason why he was bowling over in Sweden. Let's be honest. Yeah. Well, yeah. Just been said, he lived there, but I mean, there's a reason why he was competing then with the Swedish lot. Let's put it that way. There we go.
He's won European events. He's won Sophie. I think he's won Sophie once or twice. He's a good bowler.
Best way to put it, innit, I suppose. Austin then, after striking 2 spares, 9 spare, 8 spare, gets a strike in his 4th. Advantage Austin against Hadley here. Could we see Hadley's 2nd defeat if it carries on like this? Maybe. Looking at the scores everywhere else then, Patrick doing alright on lane 5. Did the first 4, 8 spare, 9 spare. Craig's trying to respond to him now. He opened the first with a 6-2. Strike in the second, then an 8 split 1 in the third, but then had a turkey after that. So if Craig carries on with his striking form, maybe he could fight back. So you see Hadley Morgan there getting a strike on lane 9. So it's pretty close then between Hadley and Austin, and then if you look at the scores at the sign of him, but we'll wait and see what Austin can do here in reply to Hadley. Austin then just a little bit shallow, means that he leaves the double wood. At 3-9 left from him. Rob Philby then, can he make it a turkey for him? Yep. Looking to try and bounce back. Rob, after a couple of let's say underperforming games that he's had, especially that 126 that he had in match 6. See Paul Moore then respond with a strike himself. Keeping it clean is Paul, and that's what's going to end up winning your matches. It's going to end up seeing you in the top 4. He's got 9 spare, strike, 7 spare, 9 spare, strike, and that's why he's in 4th, just below the cut in the top 3. Pete Stevenson leaves an open there against Steve Thornton, and with Steve Thornton always had 3 splits. He spared the first one, missed the second, had a strike in his 3rd, 8 split 1 in his 4th, and then strike in the 5th. And now Steve can get a run of strike to go in after Pete's left the door slightly ajar after that single pin miss. Could potentially come back and win this one. You see Rob Philby there leave a big one after whitewashing. Ooh. Hadley then, can he make it? 3, leaves the 7 pin. Was unlucky to leave the 7 pin there, was Hadley. Looks like he's struggling a little bit with his shoulder as the camera goes off. Perfectly timed. The other camera's got low battery, and the iPad is pretty much the only camera that we can go to, so we might as well switch to that one as we watch Conor Simons on lane 13 get the strike. And then we're back. There would have been no sound for you then, I just realised because I muted the microphone, and the iPad camera doesn't have any capture audio. We'll go over to 5, 6, 7 and 8 as we watch Steve Thornton. He had a strike then after his 9 spare in the 6, 2 opens for Pete Stevenson. Pete is on 116 then after 6. Steve Thornton's on 90 after 6, so could potentially be close here.
Runs out, doesn't it?
10th frame on 5 and 6. Mark Patrick rolling on a 5, asking for it to come back a little bit more, doesn't. Leaves that 2-8. Well, Mark will have won this one. He scores, by the way. 10th frame on 5 and 6. Craig Barrett misses all. He'll finish with a 179 then. It's a defeat for Craig. Mark Patrick goes at this, spares it up. Pete Stevenson manages to spare his single pin. You can see there his reaction. Celebrations there.
Seen that all day long. Yeah. And that's good. That's what it should do. It should, when you miss outside, it should stay out. Not really on the advance as it usually does.
Leaves the 9 pin to finish. It means that he will finish on a 214 then. 214. 214. I think the best cameras to probably go to now is the iPad camera. Tom and Brandon in the 10th frame down there. And then Leon Dalvin, Devlin is on against Callum. Callum's had triple after a few spares. And Leon had a run of strikes in the middle, so it could be pretty close, that game. I'll go over and have a look at the scores dead quickly. Versus Leon. And Callum's just gone and got an 8, I think. And Leon responds with a strike, so that's going to be interesting. Obviously, Callum had a turkey going into it, and Leon had a 9 missed strike. So it still could be close, even with Callum having an 8 to start his 10th frame. Callum then bowling, picks up his spare nicely, making sure Leon still has to go and get something here as he goes up onto the lane. This is the, I think it could be the 8th, it's the 8th game this. Yeah, 8th game, 8th of 11 games in this round robin. Before they go to the top 3, there'll be another round robin. I think. Oh no, step ladder, sorry. Just go and check what the scores are between Callum and Leon. As Leon gets a strike, he finishes with that turkey, so he's put all the pressure on Callum. Callum was to the advantage going into the 10th frame, gets the strike though. Glasses come off, so he's probably not happy with himself there going in that 10th frame. Probably means that he just got beat, but 2 good scores going in there, and that could see, if Leon has won that could see Leon jump 224 for Callum. I think Callum had the 224 and Leon had the 236, but wait for confirmation on that. Just off Callum's reaction as he walked off the lane. What did Tom have, Callum? What? So Brandon had a 202 and Tom had a 160 odd. So that means Brandon's got the 30 points extra anyway. And with him being in third place, getting 202 and the 30 pins, I could see him stay in that top 3. But I mean, it's definitely all to play for. 169 for Tom. And wait for confirmation then on the Callum versus Leon. Callum was the one that got the 224. Leon had the 236. And with Leon getting that extra 30 pins then, I mean, we'll go to where the action is. It's still going. 10th frame here in this match between Pete Stevenson and Steve Thornton.
193 to 193. Roger 193.
Yeah, Leon 1408, and then he's had a 236 for 30 pins, so he's had a 266 effectively. Steve Thornton finishes well then in that strike, but he only had a 156. Struggled a lot in that game, did Steve. You can see why. Nine and 10 point in that way. 9 and 10 to the right of you. Oh.
11 and 12 4 times.
Pete then finishes off with a strike as well. He'll get the 30 pins bonus, 205 for him against Steve Thornton's 156. I could see Steve drop a bit more down the rankings. For saying he looked like one of the mainstays in that top 3 come through 5 matches, he really has dropped off the pace last 2. 163 last game, and then game that's just been 156 for Steve. So he seems to have struggled. We'll go to this camera then, watch the end of the match on 9 and 10. Camera doesn't look straight, and I've only just realised. It doesn't matter really, does it? Austin Taylor versus Hadley Morgan. Hadley 182 plays 171. So Hadley runs away with this one. We only have 1 shot left. Austin seems to like that one. Walks off the lane, tell him well done to himself. 181 for Austin. Hadley again with another 30 point win. Bonus. 191 for Hadley. It seems to be a case of who is going to stop him. His first match, who did he play in his first match, Hadley?
Tom Copeland.
Was it?
Yeah, we was talking about
yeah. Tom's the only person that's beat him.
Yeah, it's okay, there's 15 people going to physically beat him at the end.
Oh, so the scores going in. Scores look like they've been inputted. He's quick on the ball, is Jamie here. So then top, still Hadley, as was expected. Second place, Brandon Roberts with 1764. Third place jumps back up, does Callum Simons, then goes back into that third place position. Even without the win, still jumps back into third place. That's what you get when you shoot at 224, I suppose. Then in fourth place, just missing off the cut at the moment, is Paul Moore, and missing off the cut by a matter of 10 pins. And then Pete Stevenson in fifth position with 1707 off the cut by 19 pins, so still pretty close. And then just below that, 1704 from Tom. He's just off the cut there by 22. So it's literally the matter of a win that could be the case. Scores have been airdropped over to me. We'll get them up on the system very soon, as I airdrop them back over to the iPad. Put it in that one. Oh, you can put it in that one actually. There was somebody charging it up on there, to be fair. Callum, mate, quick update if you want it. Back into the top 3 you are after that game. We might as well give the bowlers an update if they want it. And we'll give you an update at home. If you want an update as well, when the scores are on shot, go over to sportsbowling.uk Facebook page. Scores are being posted on there if you want to have a look as well. If you're watching, do let us know in the comments. You know, do like the stream, do subscribe as well, helps us out if you're gonna do all that stuff. Press the bell as well, you get notifications for when stuff gets posted up. You know, it's magic, innit, what YouTube can do. So then scores will come up very soon, but anyway, matches as they stand at the moment on 5 and 6, Austin Taylor versus Steve Thornton. 7 and 8, Hadley Morgan versus Brandon Roberts. Should be a good match, that one. Not updated yet, give us 2 seconds. Then on 9 and 10, you have Rob Philby versus Craig Barrett. On 11 and 12, you are not updated yet, give us a second. Wow, people creeping over my shoulder. Second one was my dad, that's why it was a bit more aggressive. Was a bit harsh. Then on 11 and 12, you got Tom Copeland versus Leon Dalvin. 13 and 14, Pete Stevenson versus Mark Patrick. Then on 15 and 16, you have Callum Simons versus Paul Moore. Alright, scores updated. Just got to resize them so they fit the screen. And we'll pop them up on show for you then. Right then, as you can see, top of the shot, Hadley Morgan, 19-18. Looks like he's running away with it. Should finish top, should Hadley. This was mentioned before by Paul in the comments. You know, one of the more underrated bowlers in the UK is Hadley. Then in second place, then Brandon Roberts jumps into that second place position. Where was he after the last game? He was sat third, so he jumped up a spot. Then in third place, Callum Simons, after being in sixth position, jumps back up into the top 3. Despite losing his last match as well at 224, doing him wonders. Then Paul Moore, he's still sat in fourth, struggling to seem to get a bit of luck to go back into that top 3. Obviously, he seems to have found a bit of form now, though. After you could probably say a poor start with that 187 and a 179. You know, he's been knocking on the door of 200s, if not over 200s, on his last games, and you can see why he's jumped up into contention for that top 3. Then just below him, Pete Stevenson, as we said before, he is only 19 pins off that cup mark. Is Pete, and then Tom Copeland below that, only 22 pins off, so it's still definitely all to play for. It's only a matter of a win between, well, second through to 7th, 6th, sorry, second through to 6th. It's only a matter of a win. Realistically, there's only 60 pins in it, so you could put, alright, 2 wins. You're going to be correct. It's definitely only a matter of a win between 3rd through to 6th. And that's why we keep seeing so much change. So we'll go back to the action then. Let's try and find you the match that's worth watching. I think your matches that are worth probably watching here is Craig Barrett and Rob Philby and Tom Copeland and Leon. See Craig put it into that Brooklyn side, good 9. Leaves the 6 pin. Tom Copeland there, thanking the lane for giving him an 8 with an easy spare. Philby with a strike then. It's Craig Barrett picks his spare up. So Craig goes 6 spare, 8 spare, strike, 9 spare. And Rob Philby goes 9 spare, 7-2 open, 6 spare, strike. Wow, off shot Hadley Morgan there. Somehow managed to get a strike. Craig Barrett then on lane 9. Then Purple Hammers now not doing what they was doing early on, as we were saying before, in that Eurofane push. You know, you can see it now when you see somebody bowl that Purple Hammer.
It's a bloody mess now.
Huh?
It's like a mess now.
Does look a bit of a mess. Oh, Austin missing. Only picking up the single pin there. On lane 6, obviously off shot. See if Leon then can pick up this spare. On lane 11. 10 pin wobbles, misses it. That spare that should have been a makeable one for a player of his standard. Huh?
I thought there'd just been a 4 pin there. How the 7 pin managed to stand up?
Oh, on lane 8. Yeah, I missed the shot, to be honest with you. It's obviously it's off shot in terms of the camera, so I was watching what was going on in the matches.
It was heavy, it was high, but you know, pins were all going towards a certain pin. Just avoided
10
them
pin.
all. The 10 pin, yeah. It avoided them all. Hadley's was a wobbly old strike.
As you see the message of take out the 10 pin for Rob Philby there. You know, he's gone 3 on the bounce as Rob. 9 spare, 7-2, 6 spare, 3 on the bounce. Well, Craig's keeping it clean, and as long as he keeps it clean, he'll keep in contention. Purple Hammer then, before Craig gets the strike on lane 10. Huh?
Live or die with a Purple Hammer.
Well, it's funny because on lane 9, and you can see as he's bowled, obviously, you know, he's picking up that oil early on and he's pushing it down, like we were saying before, and he's not getting no hook at the end. Obviously, our Eurofane should act. Obviously, on lane 10, it seems to be acting pretty well for him.
He needs to try and get it. Yeah, I think Curtis mentioned talking to Curtis a minute ago. Courtesy for everyone. We're watching the ball reaction with urethane, and people are trying to use it as a reactive. People who are doing better with it are getting it to roll like a urethane, getting it to roll early. But a lot of the players that are throwing it are trying to get it the hook off the end of the pattern like a reactive, and it's not doing so well.
I've just been told off now. Rebecca's been sending Mr. Devlin a message saying that I've been getting his surname wrong, so I do apologise. It's Devlin, Leon Devlin. It'd help if he had a shirt with his name on the back. Maybe that's what you need to buy him for Christmas.
We'll make it mandatory next year. Your shirts have to be on the back.
I mean, let's be honest. First time I've seen him bowl, so you know I'm gonna make mistakes. We'll just call him Leon. Then I can't get his surname wrong, can I? You know, got Hadley on show. You know, Mr. Mint Sportswear. I mean, if you want, get him a shirt for Christmas with his name on the back. Talking of Leon, 5-pin.
Roger's well up on Callum at the moment.
Sorry?
Roger's well up on Callum at the moment. He'll cream it. He's doing the bowling really well.
Winner of that game goes into the top 3, actually. That is a game to watch.
He's come from virtually bottom.
Yeah, he has. We'll wait and see this shot then from Rob, and then we'll go over to that iPad camera because I'm surprised I didn't pick up on it earlier. The winner of this match between Callum Simmons and Paul Moore will creep into that top 3 because Callum sat 3rd and Paul sat 4th. And what's the difference between the two of them? I don't think it's much. 10 pins difference between the two of them, so
he's probably 50 pins up on him now.
Wow. He's obviously had a good game then, as Paul.
Good solid game. No opens, doubles and Turkey in there as well. Yeah, Callum hasn't had the breaks. Well, I think he's had a clean game.
Well, if he keeps it clean, I mean, even if he doesn't pick up the 30 pins, he's still going to be in contention. We're in the 9th game now. We've got two games after this. I mean, I don't know who he's up against. He's got game 10. What number's Callum? 9 up against 10. So he'll be up against Rob Filber in his next game. So that's not a gimme. I mean, to be fair, there is no gimmies in this. There's definitely no gimmies in this. But if you look at what lanes will they be on? They'll be on 11. They'll be on 11 and 12. But looking at Rob's score here at the moment, he's only on a 138, and he's opened as well on after 8. So you know, if he gets this run of form from Callum against him, see Callum get a strike there with Paul leaving that double wood. But I mean, to be fair to Callum, last 3 games he's not actually won, but he's still in that top 3. Paul though picks up the spare easy. Ooh, big split left there from Pete Stevenson.
230 plus, I should imagine.
Huh? Sorry?
230 plus for Paul. At least 230. So yeah, so he'll be definitely going into 3rd place.
Thing is though, if you have one bad game here from 2nd down to about 7th, well 6th, sorry. You know what I mean? You can drop from 2nd down to 6th off off one slightly poor game.
Paul hadn't had particularly big. 193, 193.
Well, he's saying it. I mean,
But
there's
he's
only
winning.
his first 2 games, and he's been knocking on the door 200 at least.
Yeah, he's been winning,
You know?
but he's been winning each
Yeah,
time.
exactly.
So he's got his 30 pins bonus, and it makes such a difference. And it's just climbed him up the ladder. Yeah,
Mark Patrick there picks up his spare nicely.
back about here, he was second bottom.
Yeah, yeah.
And then he's just gone up.
Do you know what though? You look at the difference. I mean, all right, Mark's had the odd poor game, 2 150s doesn't help. But I mean, he's second from bottom. He's had a 196 where he didn't pick up the win, a 192 where he didn't pick up the win, 222 where he did pick up the win, 175, all right, slightly poor, 183. You've seen people win on them ones, and then he had a 214 in the last game.
Oh, more to 257.
257.
Against 236.
And that just says it all. I mean, I can't believe I didn't have the camera on him longer than what I should have done. Saying it was 3rd versus 4th there. In Paul Moore, 257 versus 236 from Callum. Just shows you why them two are 3rd and 4th. And they're probably swapped now. But to be honest, I mean, you've got Hadley versus Brandon, which is 1st versus 2nd. If Hadley beats Brandon, right, with that 236 from Callum, could see him stay in 3rd position and Paul jump into 2nd. He's that close. He's that close.
That's an amazing comeback then from Paul. Got to give him his due.
Yeah.
You know, he looked down and out and not firing at all on any cylinders earlier on in the game, and then suddenly there he is, at top of the pile.
I think we'll jump to this camera down this side then as we talk about 1st versus 2nd. You see Brandon Ball on lane 8. He'll come into shot very soon. Here he is. Leaves the 10 pin. Unlucky there to leave the 10 pin. So, can Rob beat Hadley? Do the unthinkable? No. Rob's too far behind. He's got no. I mean, Hadley's too far in front for anybody to even catch him, really. He's 119 from Hadley top, and in 2nd place he's 764. So what? He's 150 odd pins ahead. The camera's about to shut off, so we'll switch to that camera as I go and sort out the other one. On camera, off camera, because it's got no signal, which I don't know how long that's gone because I got caught talking. I do apologise. Steve Thornton, 247 against Austin Taylor. So Austin Taylor then finishing with a 169. Steve Thornton really bouncing back there on that pair. 247. He's finished on 9 and 10. Craig Barrett 186 against Rob Philby's 177. Wait for the scores to be added here. We've got what? Pete Stevenson had a 185 against Mark Patrick's 186. Mark beating Pete by a pin there. Ooh. Hadley getting a 9. There, could see Brandon win this game. And that's probably what Brandon needs with the score that he's putting in. Leon Dab. Leon had a 213 against Tom's 189. So that means Leon will get the extra 30 pins then. Watching here then. Brandon versus Hadley. 10th frame. Hadley makes that spare. Let's see what Brandon can do then. Into the head pin. Gets away with it. That is a great 8. That's a great 8. Now if Hadley can strike here, puts the pressure on Brandon to get this spare. Gets a 9, so it still puts the pressure on Brandon to get the spare. Well, oh no, he only needs the one to draw, 2 to win. Picks it up, means that he'll pick up the win on that one. Well, Brandon. He's only the second person to beat him. To beat Hadley. 182 for Hadley is what he finished on.
Single pin.
Oh, he don't want that one, Brandon. Gets a good 7. He finishes with a 190. So like we said, that 30 pins for him could come in handy. But even with that 30 pins from Brandon, he's still got a least score than what Callum got against. So that's what we're saying. So when you think about it, all right, Brandon had a little bit of a buffer on the people below him. You know, that 38 pins buffer on Callum. To be fair, Paul. Well, this is before Paul will probably jump into second. I reckon. 257 plus the extra 30 pins. Probably will see Paul jump into second. It's been updated actually on here. Yeah, Paul is second. Hadley top with 2100. Then you've got Paul Moore with 2003. Brandon Roberts in third with 1984. Callum Simmons in fourth with 19. Simons. Gonna get surnames wrong. It just happens. Yeah, Callum Simons then on 1962. 22 pins off it. Oh, look what you've done here. I love that. The cut. Stevie T is in 5th position then. 38 pins off it. And oh, what? Okay. I can't see who's who. It doesn't matter. The top three is Hadley, Paul, and Brandon. That's all we need to know. Callum's 22 pins off it, so he's a matter of a win away. Stevie T, I suppose, is still a matter of a win away as well because he's only 38 pins off it. Huh? You still got to put it in this. You still got to put it in the same spot every time. You know.
I have no idea.
Probably pretty slim. Probably pretty slim. Yeah, but when you watch some of the European events, there's not that many left-handers that bowl. I'd love to know the percentage of two-handers versus non-two-handers. Yeah, no, I mean two-handing bowl is coming massive, isn't it? And like we were saying before when we was going on about Belmo, he's probably the leading factor in that. Anyway, dropping it across. I'll let you put it up. I'll let you put it up on Facebook first. Sportsbowling.uk if you want to see it first before I put it up on the stream. The scores after 9 games. Tell you what, if fatigue's hitting me here, it's got to be hitting some of these bowlers. Especially some of you northerners like Callum Simons. He would have had to have woke up at about 5 o'clock this morning. And to be fair, coming from down your neck of the woods, Jamie, what time did you have to wake up this morning?
Half five, mate.
Half 5. Well, about the same time as us then. I woke up about 5 o'clock this morning.
It's only 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours for a pool.
I mean, to be fair, with the spray, we was probably about 3 and a bit. I mean, it was clear, it's just the spray's awful this morning. Anyway, right, games then. Hadley Morgan versus Craig Barrett on 5 and 6. Craig seems to be on 5 and 6 quite a bit. Don't know who did the lane draw for this round robin, but I think Craig's been on 5 and 6. Been on it one game and off it the next, then back on it the game after that. Lee seems, yeah, Lee with his system here, questionable. Then you've got Thomas Copeland versus Mark Patrick then on 7 and 8. Then 9 and 10, got Brandon Roberts versus Pete Stevenson. 11 and 12, Callum Simons versus Rob Philby. 13 and 14 then is Paul Moore versus Steve Thornton. Is it Devlin?
Devlin.
Yeah. Then you've got Leon Devlin versus Austin Taylor then on 15 and 16. So that's game 10 then for you. Did you send the scores across? Get the scores up for you soon as I'll go and sort the camera out. It's gone off behind lanes 9 through to 12. And then back to the action then. Adam Morgan, our leader, lane 6. Leaves a single pin. That is a good 9, if you ask me, because that could have had the potential of being pretty big. And then scores have gone onto the iPad, onto the iMac. We'll get them up once they upload. And there's your scores then through 9 matches. You've got Hadley at the top, 2100. Second place, Paul Moore, who's had some remarkable recovery. And in third place, Brandon Roberts makes up that top 3. In there by 22 pins off Callum Simons. I get what you're saying, Selwyn. I get what you're saying. I mean, I've had an energy drink, don't worry. We'll make it through the day on commentary. But I get what you're saying there in the chat. Go back to the action then. Scores, if you want to see them in more depth, over on sportsbowling.uk's Facebook page. Dad. Typical. Right then, let's go over to Rob Philbit on lane 11 then. Match at the side, Pete Stevenson versus Brandon Roberts. Brandon sparing up that single pin. Going along nicely is Brandon, 9 spare for Bagger, and then a 9 spare through the 6, and then Pete Stevenson at the side, keeping it clean. 7 spare, 8 spare, 9 spare, strike, 8 spare. Yet to bowl this 6th frame. Callum Simons looks to be struggling a bit there. Leaves the 2 pin, but he's gone split 2, split 1. So it's 7 split 2, 8 split 1, 9 spare, strike, 6 split 2, strike, 9 at the moment. has Callum, so he is struggling in this game, it's safe to say. Rob, who he's bowling against, hasn't really kicked on, but he's had more close frames, and that's why he's leading that one. But he's still in contention for Callum if he can find something. Did you bring the deal? Pete Stevenson then going through the headpin there. This could spell disaster for him. The way Brandon's bowling. Still in contention, but Brandon's bowled pretty well. And as I said, that means Brandon misses a single pin there. I think he's a bit ahead saying he's opening the door, but I'd say it's a jar. It's not completely locked off yet, but it's a jar. Especially when Pete Stevenson goes and misses his 4 that he's left. Now that's the one where you would throw a reactive at, well, or a urethane, you know. Yeah.
Pros reckon it's their worst spare. In a chemical spare.
Yeah, I'd agree with him on that one. I'd agree with him on that one. I'll just put it down. He's a hard spare though. He's a hard spare. I mean, you've got to pretty much put it. Or be a left-hander.
And the straight ball, straight into it. And people just seem to have a thing in their head where they're never sure which one to do. And you'll see them bowl it, a hook ball at it, one shot, and then the next shot, because they missed it, they'll throw their straight ball at it. Probably miss it again.
I mean, me personally, I'll bowl my straight ball at it just because there's more potential just at least picking up the 3, you know what I mean? Than what there is with the reactive, but yeah. Yeah, personally, I'd bowl the spare ball just so you're making sure you're picking up the 3 then. You know? Yeah, exactly. That's it. But it's not even that. I mean, it's like in this scenario. Yeah, your game might not be close in that, but I mean, we've seen the scores. It's still pretty close in terms of making the top 3. So you know. Oh yeah, no. Do you know what? We when we was at the Youth Triple Crown, it wasn't one of the days that was covering. I don't think so. The best person to ask Lee when he comes back over. The one in the black shirt with the chinos.
That guy. Okay, right,
yeah. Yeah. Brandon there, leaving the single pin. No redress after this. There isn't a redress. Two. Step ladder final, innit? Top 3 go through to step ladder final. Yeah, exactly. Joe, what though? We was talking about this before, weren't we? About how, you know, them 4 that had the bye, you know. And to be fair, I think they have struggled a bit. The four players. Only really Paul that come into it, but at the start he struggled. First few games. You know, if you get that bye, which Hadley's probably going to be the person that's going to end up getting the bye. I can't really see him falling off top spot. You know, we were saying, weren't we? You know, that could be a playing factor coming into the final game.
Those 5 games of practice, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Certainly for this round, which, that's got to help. Coming in and not having those 5 games, especially the pattern like this, which is difficult.
To be fair, I'm imagining that Lee's going to put a practice pair of lanes on for Hadley so that he's still keeping fresh. I don't know. If he takes it or not, it's a different story, but surely you've got to offer it.
Yeah, you generally do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah. Just a pair of lanes that you can keep fresh on, innit? You know what I mean? Because the people that are bowling are going to be fresh, and because I doubt they're going to put practice on. So, yeah, exactly. The players don't need it, but obviously if you end up having that game rest, you'd say you would. So that's why you'd probably still have the. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, to make sure you still got some sort of shot, you know, still loose and stuff like that. Plays a factor, definitely plays a factor. Callum there leaving the 2-8-10. It's the spareable way that he went for it. It only takes the 2 and the 10 out though. Finishes with a 150, and that could be bye-bye Callum out of contention for that top 3.
Brandon's got to win.
Brandon versus Pete Stevenson. Brandon's won this game. Pete only finishing up with a 173. Brandon's currently sat on a 207 potential of a 227 then. 237. No, 227. Sorry. And it looks highly likely now. 217, 1 shot left to go. If you was going to put your money on anything, that top 3 is probably going to finish your top 3 come the next game. I mean, I don't know how Steve Thornton got on. Paul Moore beat Steve Thornton as well, so that top 3 is probably going to be your top 3 then. It's changed a lot. We've had drama, we've had movement, but what, from the start, first tour stop? No, it's not the Masters. Hadley versus Craig. It's a match that's still ongoing, so we'll go over to that camera then and hope that the battery lasts out before the players swap over. Craig on 165, and that's what he'll finish on. Hadley on a 196 with 1 shot left to go. Leon won with a 236, so he might be knocking that. He played Austin, who had a 214, so a pretty high scoring match there. But with that 236 and the extra 30 pins, he might be knocking on the door of 3rd spot. I mean, what? He was 67 pins off the cut, so he's had a 260. Oh, he's gone off it. Effectively had a 266. So he's going to be knocking on the door. What did Brandon have? 214. That's going to. There's not going to be much in it going into the last game. And look who they're playing against. Brandon versus Leon. That is going to be your 3rd place playoff pretty much here. Winner of this game between Brandon and Leon will probably take 3rd spot in the top 3. It's close. close between them. Just waiting on the scores to be updated. But I think we're gonna go to one camera and one camera only. Yeah. I'll go change the battery in this one. We'll get the scores up. I'm waiting for Jamie to send them me. There we go. Dropped over. We'll get them up soon as I've sent them over. Oh, have you sent them twice? Oh no. Right then, it's being airdropped over to my Mac as we speak, and then we'll update them. Image. It is sending. It is sent. Right then, there are your scores then. Hadley Morgan, top of the shot, 2,336 pins then. And you got Paul Moore in second, 22.60. Then in third place, Brandon Roberts, 22.41. And then in fourth spot, Leon Devlin with 21.83, 58 pins behind. And they're playing against one another. So Leon has got a very good chance here of going through if he beats Brandon. He's got to beat him by 28 pins. He's had the first three. And speaking to him then, just as I was changing the battery over, he said it's not the pair for him, this one. Seems to be going all right at the moment though with the first three. Can he make the step ladder if he beats him? We'll go back over to that camera then. As you see, Leon leave the 7-pin. Unlucky to leave the 7-pin. He's gone the first three, then that 9. And Brandon's gone 7 spare. Strike, strike. So it's be interesting to see what happens here. Just about makes a spare there, does Leon. Let's see what Brandon can do in response then. First one to crack. Hadley there, getting a 9 on 9. Leaves the 2-pin up against Mark Patrick. Oh, as Brandon only picks up 8 there on lane 12, leaving the 2-8. I'm going to stick with this camera throughout this game pretty much because this is the match to watch. Brandon only picks up 1 there, so the door has been left open for Leon Devlin. One of the top 4 qualifiers as well was Leon. And for Leon to be in contention as well, after a couple of poor games in the middle. And it didn't start very well either. 155 to start. And he's just gone wild left. And it was on camera from behind. He's laying there as well from Jamie to be put up on sportsbowling.uk. Picks up the spare though, does Leon. And as we've been saying all day pretty much on the sport pattern, spares are what win you the money in this game. When you've got patterns like this, speed bumps out on the right, speed bumps out on the left. Hadley then our leader at this moment in time. Nice mix to just leave the 10-pin there from Hadley. Brandon then after his open on lane 11. Oh, washed out. And that's what we've been saying now with the Eurofeins. The Eurofeins are bowling like Eurofeins and not bowling like reactives. They're hooking at the start and skidding right on all the way through. And that's what you've just seen there from Brandon. Well, this is what we've just been saying. There's effectively 28 pins in it between the two. If Leon wins, that is. Well, the Eurofeins are doing what Eurofeins should do and skidding on at the end, but he spared it up nicely. Does Brandon. Well, that open in the 4th could come costly.
Leon starting with 3.
See if Leon can pick up his striking form then. I mean, he went very wild on his last shot. It went, you know, it just about clipped the 2-pin. That's how left it went.
Pete versus Callum.
Yep. Oh, Pete versus Callum, no?
Pete's swinging now. Back to you.
Oh, Leon's gone.
Leon's on fire.
Got a strike again. putting the pressure on Brandon. There's only really one game you can watch here. It's got to be Brandon versus Leon, and it's the one that matters. Mark with a strike there, purple hammer. It's interesting to see how this purple hammer has changed. I mean, at the start it was doing well for some people. Then it skidded on with that Eurofame push, and then it's starting to hook a little bit again through at the back end. But you see here, Brandon in that purple hammer again. Replies from Leon's strike with a strike himself. So what? 106 plays 125 at this moment in time. Obviously both on strikes though. Lanes at the side of him are off shot. Pete Stevenson went 9 spare, then added the next 6, then left a split. It was unaware to me until Jamie mentioned it, and then as Jamie mentioned it, he went commentator's curse, and Pete went and left an open. Alright then, can Leon make it a double? Can he put pressure back on Brandon? And he does. He gets the double. Pressure on Brandon. Be interesting to see if he goes back purple hammer again. As if Dan Harding has just sent me a message saying who's winning. If he was watching the stream, he'd know. You know? Ooh, and it's a 10-pin left from Brandon, so that is definitely advantage now to Leon Devlin.
Pete Stevenson's down it 2-1.
You can see why Pete Stevenson finished top of the rankings then, because he's starting to find a bit of form. But this is where we're saying that first 5 games that he didn't bowl in, you know, it was effectively practice for all the people that were from 5th down to 16th in the rankings. You know, that could have cost him, and it could cost the loser of Brandon versus Leon here, because them two were automatic qualifiers as well, and they're 3rd and 4th as it stands. 58 pins difference. Obviously that 30 pin win bonus could come in vitally if Leon wins.
I think Callum's just took 3 or 7 to now.
He's done it twice in a row. He's missed headwind.
Hadley then our leader getting a 9 on the 10, and if he was playing 9 tap he'd be on for a 300. That just shows you how unlucky he's been effectively in this game. At 1 strike in the second away from that, he's had 9 spares. Leon's got a strike, he's gone, and that is what you want to see. That is what you want to see. Going from lane 11 through to lane 9, you know, running that shot out. You know, especially when it's a head-to-head and it's 3rd versus 4th, you know. That's the type of thing, that's the passion in bowling there, right there. Brandon then, can he reply through the headpin? No. That could see Brandon drop out of the top 3 here, right at the last. Falling at the final furlong. Sadly goes and makes that 9 spare again. He's through 7, 1 strike on the second. He's had 9 spares every other frame. And then your difference there, the player that he's bowling against, Mark Patrick, 9 miss, double, 9 miss, 3 in a row. You know, but if Mark had made them single pin spares, he'd obviously be winning it. Could come back to bite him in the single pin misses. I mean, it's not really that much of a difference in terms of the rankings from for the top 3. But Mark makes it 4 in a row anyway.
Leon again.
Let's Let's see if Leon can make it 4 in a row. Lane 12.
He's laid it out there. Oh, it's there.
Oh, he's come back nicely. He's made it 4 in a row.
He's getting in great shape now. It's the one that looks lined up more than anybody at the moment in the top 4. Looks like he's the one to beat.
Coming into form right at the right time.
That's
Right
when it
into the right
counts.
time.
That's when it counts.
You know.
The top 3 will be looking now and seeing Leon finding their shot, smashing their pins. You know, he's the one to beat.
Well, you say that, but I mean, Hadley's had a shot pretty much all day, and I know everybody keeps saying about his shoulder, but if you keep getting 9 spares, you've got a very good chance of end up winning the game anyway, especially on a sports pattern.
The one thing, it's like you've got 3 top players there that's going to be in the top 3. Got lots and lots of experience. You know, you can't count anyone. You've got Paul Moore there, been there, done it, won the t-shirt many, many times. You got Hadley, the same. He's led all the way, and you got Leon now coming from behind. You know, it's anybody's. It's looking like 2 left-handers against a right-hander. So does that play advantage to Leon? Who knows?
I mean, it's not a redress of lanes, so you don't know, but he will be the only one bowling on that right-hand side, I suppose. But obviously, quite a lot of right-handers have bowled on the lanes beforehand.
That's true, but he's not throwing urethane, so he's not got to people in the lane with urethane breaking the lane up even more for him. Who knows?
I'm just hoping that they put him on a lane that's in front of us here and not down the far side like the ESBT, so then my cameras that are on the 7.5 metre cables can cover it. Leon went with a 9 in the first shot in the 10th frame, but it's out of sight, out of mind pretty much in this one. He's pulled it out the bag here against Brandon, and Brandon opening his 10th frame as well. He'll finish with a 178. Leon has definitely put it on here. 234 as it stands, potential of a 244 from him. .244 it is then for Leon Devlin, and that will see him go into the top 3. Pip Brandon right at the post. Well played, mate.
I'll be honest with you, I played fucking rubbish all day. I've never felt so physically bad in my life. I've missed 5 single pins. I've done that since I was a teenager.
You sound like this man at the side of me when you played the Shipley senior doubles. He was saying that that's 110 pins that I've spared there or something like that. Who keeps count of how many 10 pins he spare? Right, then we'll see what Mark Patrick can finish up on then. Oh, wash out. Right, that's it now. You know, you thought the camera angles might have been good in the ResDev Masters last week. Wait until you see the camera angles that you're going to see in a minute. It's finished here, and we'll give you an official score update as soon as we have it. But unofficially, the top three are Hadley, Paul, and Leon. But as soon as we got the top three, we'll give you a score update. I'll leave you with Colin Gross if you want. No. Right, well, anyway, we'll stop the stream. We'll come back for the final three. We'll do a new stream for it, so then obviously people can watch it. Anyway, I'm going to set up this final one and get us another one, please.